Hello and welcome.
Hey guys.
Welcome to war.
Let's see. I mean, there will be war and fighting later on, right?
Yes. So I'm Jamie. This is Marvin. We're here from Bytro. We have some incredibly fantastic players competing as teams today and using the newest update from Call of War.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff there that we are really happy to showcase to you. And hopefully this will be really exciting. We got some, as Jamie said, really good players teaming up. So we got all the pre-mates going, we got some strategies, hopefully some good diplomacy and intrigue, and some very good fighting lately.
I've still only got us starting soon.
Is it still saying starting?
Yeah, it's still saying starting soon on Twitch and YouTube.
That is because there is a 50-second delay.
Okay, there we go.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. We also have live moderation in the house. Respect your mods, y'all. Those hats, I know, aren't they beautiful?
I gotta be honest. I have a bad hair day. I wanted to masquerade it with the Pickelhaube.
Yeah. Do you want to
But,
trade?
No, I feel like I got a big head.
Yeah.
And the British helmet won't do me any good.
No. Oh, fair enough.
I'll keep it here in the spirit of the other team.
So a lot of y'all may have actually seen Marvin around recently with the educational videos we released to coincide with the new update, going through the new operational updates, and also with the flame tank itself. So do you want to just give a brief overview of everything that's recently been added?
Yeah, sure, why not? This is really, or the latest update has been like a really big update for us in terms of how much content we rolled out. So we got a plethora of things that all work together. I guess we can start with the biggest thing, right? Which is a new unit you can get in the game, the flame tank. That's probably the newest addition to the arsenal in well over 2 years, I would say. I think the last ones were the paratroopers. So we got that going, new unit, really excited, also not just as a person who works on delivering it, but also as a player of the game to see how that will fit, how the strategies might change. I can see a lot of shifting in the early game when you got some access to flame tanks. Then we got the unit cards, right? That's how you can deploy the flame tank, so we got some synergy there. You can get unit cards for all units, which is cool, so you can gather more reserves and use them in a new way. Also excited about that. I mean, we just want to see how it goes, but we think it can be quite cool. And then lastly, which all ties it together, is the operations. That's a feature we rolled out a couple of months ago, and quite a limited state, and we immediately knew we wanted to add more. So we've been working on that, and now we got new triggers and new ways to bring operations to players, so you can all unlock rewards just by playing the game, which I'm always a big fan of, right? If I get more free stuff without having to force myself into playing in a specific way, that's quite nice. And all of that in one update, it's like, for us, it's very exciting.
Absolutely. This is all huge. Now, before we go on, everyone's saying that we're sounding pretty low. I just want to check with the chat before we go a bit further. How are we sounding now? I've adjusted some settings, and I've also moved the mic a bit closer to us as well. And I should mention as well, for the sake of keeping everything fair as well, we have a 1 minute delay. That's better. That's better. Excellent.
All right.
So, yeah. Shall we take a look at the map where we will be playing today?
Sure, let's do it.
So this is today's map. It's not the entire world, but it is most of the world. We have a big focus on Europe. Actually, that's not true at all.
It's not the biggest part of the world, but I guess you could say for the
It's the
historical-
biggest part of World War One in the world, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
A significant part of World War II as well, right? I mean, all the Americans who might be here, you can sure talk about the Pacific, a theory on its own. It's a standard European map for us.
Yeah, all of World War Two except the bits that happened in Asia.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
And of
Mine's
course,
so very narrow-minded coming from Europeans.
yeah, the most important part. That's going to get
You
clipped.
want to hear a fun fact I recently learned about World War II? It's
Yeah.
actually not a fun fact, but it just baffled me. It's I looked up what the numbers are of destroyed tanks in the war. Do you want to guess how many tanks were destroyed on the Eastern Front alone?
How many?
Give me a number.
At least 12.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
There was probably more than 12 in a day. No, it's definitely. It's like over 120,000 tanks got destroyed on the Eastern Front alone.
Just in the Eastern Front.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't
That's
it?
insane.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I knew they produce a lot of tanks, but that many? Wow, blew my mind.
Mind blowing.
All right. We have my first fun fact out of the window there already. I didn't prepare more, but it just came to mind.
Now, one other thing I want to mention as well is, along with all of our teams competing, once teams are eliminated, players will be welcome to hop into chat, or
Yeah,
we may
for
even
sure.
interview some. In addition, with permission as well, at various points, I'd love to potentially get some team chatter as well, where we just mute ourselves for a moment and listen in for about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm saying that now so no one's caught off guard when it happens. And also so that if any teams are like, oh God, I don't want them to hop in, they can just say it.
Sure, we'll give you a very decent pre-warning or just a note if we'd like to chime in and see what you're up to. But yeah, of course, we don't want to spoil any of your strategic secrets, right? Major part of them. Well, we don't want to be the general intel guys
Yeah.
who spread the battle
No
plans,
one
right?
likes a leaker.
Nah,
No.
probably not.
So, yeah. Which section will the flame tank fall under eventually from the chat?
Which section? I mean, technically, it's an armored vehicle, right? So if it would be a regular tech tree unit, we would probably find it there. But since you, for now, will only be able to get it via operations, it's technically not anywhere to be found. It's more like a unique unit you can get, and then play around with it. But I mean, it's a heavy tank, right? For all intents and purposes, it is exactly like a regular heavy tank, heavily armored. It's a bit slow, got a big bunch of HP. The difference being it's just extremely good against soft targets, not against armored units. And that's where it gets the unique aspect from.
And as for when this will roll out, it's out.
Yeah,
Now.
you can
can
get this right away. I mean, if you log in to your game right now, and you join a tutorial map basically, or just any European map, you can basically do exactly what we'll be seeing on screen, just not at like a ridiculous speed, right?
Right.
But you can get everything. You have access to that already. There's 2 operations live for you where you can already start collecting rewards, or at least make progress towards rewards. I worked on the balance and I can tell you that it's not that hard to get the first flame tanks. We don't want to make this like very limited content that you only see like every fortnight or so. So the first flame tank should already be out. And if someone was starting to grind on Wednesday already, there might be some flame tanks live in some games already.
Yeah. So you can get them now, and it's something everyone can get. One thing that we've gotten some questions on is like, oh, is this going to be like a locked paid feature? And of course not.
No, not at all. This is
No.
like specifically what we didn't want to do. This is not like gated content or anything. You get this purely by playing the game. If you log in right now, as I said, there are 2 different types of operations with new ways to progress. One is just capturing provinces that give you XP. So if you join a new game and you capture a neighbor, for example, you got enough provinces to probably get the first flame tank. And then the second operation requires you to stay alive in games. Of course, the longer you survive, the better.
Mm-hmm.
It should always be your goal as a player to get into late game, right? You should always play to win. But we don't want it to be only for the winners of one match, but reward you for being active in the game, and give you further incentives to try your best, and then you can get it that way by surviving.
So on our end, so this will be happening as 1 minute in the past for everyone, but the speed up is about to happen in 1 minute. So get ready. Already we can see a lot of action getting ready to take place. I love these speed maps. If y'all like them and you like how they look to play as well, please let us know. Anything you'd like or want to see change as well. This is y'all's chance to get a direct line to us.
Yeah.
I mean, I try to be open in general, but you know.
Sure. I mean, there's always ways for you to give feedback, and I can guarantee from first-hand experience that we sift through almost all of it. I mean, we can't read literally every comment on every channel, but we have suggestion channels on the official Discords. We listen to general player feedback. Sometimes we do surveys, and we always try to keep in mind the player's opinion as most as we can for what is like realistic for us to do, right? So yeah, but yeah, of course, if you have some feedback right now. If you have some questions, we're here that we can answer. You can provide it with us, and we'll take it into consideration for any further updates.
You know, I actually do have a question to start.
Sure.
Why is Iceland?
Why is Iceland?
Yeah, just why is Iceland?
Why it exists? Why is it?
Yeah,
there?
just why.
Probably so they can have someone who's a good mountain in Game of Thrones. That's probably the reason why it exists, right?
Oh, fair enough.
So they can all these bulky giant dudes live on an island where it's snowy and cold, and they become like freaks of nature.
Yeah, you know that tracks.
Also, Lord of the Rings, wasn't a lot of filming from Lord of the Rings?
No, you're thinking of New Zealand.
Oh yeah. No, am I?
Yeah, different side of the world.
Oh Jesus! Don't tell my girlfriend. She's like a movie freak, movie lexicon. All right.
The game is on, y'all. The game is on. I was gonna say there is war on in Europe. I was like, I don't know. There needs to be a more elegant way for me to say that.
Yeah, there's the preparation for wars on, right? I mean, we do have a peace period of 2 in-game days.
Each day today is 10 minutes, like with the IO Speed tournament we did for our charity stream back in June. If you enjoy these streams, please let us know and we'll do more. Offending the Vikings already? I mean...
they're bulky big men with big beards, right? I feel like the Vikings are close enough there.
If the Vikings are offended, I'm sure they could easily rip me in half.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should have...
Do you not have like a special place for Minnesota? Isn't it the Minnesota Vikings is the thing? Right?
Oh, yeah. Was that a football team?
Yeah. We're making more enemies here. Let's not get into American football. That's where my knowledge
Is
stops.
it time for the Lutefisk? Conflict of Nations, great cons, but we have... All right, I have a question. So which of our games that we've done is y'all's favorite?
For me, it's hands down Call of War. I tell that internally, everyone. Some guys who work on Supremacy hate me for it, but I just love it. I love the theme. I love the complexity. I love researching stuff for some reason always. So that just tickles a lot of fancies for me.
I really like the research component as well because it's very real time. Of course, my favorite is IO, Iron Order as played. I'm just very big into mechs in general. And I'm hoping we get to do more of it soon. Like I will always root for IO.
Yeah, fair enough.
So here's a question from the chat.
Sure.
How are you doing?
How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good actually. The worst part of my day was that my cats ate half of my salmon sandwich.
Oh, that's depressing.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bummer. And it rained outside. Apart from that, I'm pretty good, I think. I mean, just like this is not some propaganda cliche thing to say, oh, I'm so excited for the stream, right? But I'm actually very excited to see how a bunch of experienced players who are all pre-made will do on a super speed map. We did it before. I never really got the time to view all of it live. So yeah, I'm just excited to see what will happen.
Ooh, and already we have someone going for Cuba. I repeat, someone is trying to conquer Cuba. Nice. You know, I really like how America's divided in this map because we have the South, we have the North, and then we have Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like a lot of Michiganders will appreciate that, or at least the ones who are from the Mitten.
Independent region of proud Michigan, right?
Yeah, proud Michigan. Michiganders seem like proud people. Uh, I am. I just realized that has Michigan already taken over Windsor?
My knowledge about the American geography stops there.
Oh, just the Detroit and Windsor. They're the famously across the river.
Right.
Will
So-
Iron Order get a major update soon? Asked the chat.
That's a good question, but I can't tell. I'm sorry.
Uh,
I can't get into details there.
I might need to refresh the browser. Says. I'll tell you what's the problem?
Oh, let's just give it a go. Hit a quick F5.
Yeah,
See how we do.
let's go. Might need be a function F5. Or like that. There we go.
All right.
So, first off, people are going across the big boot, or as people from there like to call it, Italy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the most favorite visited places in Europe, but a very hard place to be a player in Call of War, I gotta say, especially on this map. Italy never has it easy. Take it as someone who in internal company rounds ends up randomly on Italy a lot.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm always landing in the middle of the map. A lot of people will come for you probably.
Someone else says the northern countries. I'm guessing like the Nordics are hard to play. You know, I can see it, but I almost wonder like having that narrow little strip of water. I'm almost wondering if that could potentially be strategically viable.
Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? Especially for Norway, you probably want to go naval, but you need to expand somewhere early. I mean, you can't just go into a strong navy if you're on your own,
Right.
Because you need to expand, right? If you want to play for the win, and then you only got Sweden. Sweden giving you a tough time.
Someone asked who's playing. Is it devs or a normal player? No, it is pro players.
Yeah.
These are actual, like some of the most talented players. So more than just normal, they are.
Special.
Yeah,
No, but-
especially.
No, but we got legit some very experienced players in there. Quite a few content creators actually you can check out on YouTube.
Co-streaming right now. Speaking of which, to any of you participating right now who are co-streaming, and if you want to drop your links to your streams in our chat, be our guest.
Yeah, for sure.
Do the thing.
I mean, want to highlight what you do here, right? You are giving us the things to view, so by all means, feel free to self-promote you here. But yeah, back to the question. We got some really experienced players. These are no devs. There's no internal Bytro struggle going on here. This is just some people who know very well what they're doing, who got each. There's teams of 3, right? So 3 experienced players playing together against all the other teams. It should make for some exciting wars.
Ooh, here's a really good question. A lot of players have asked if we could get a 22 or 50 player Africa map. We have Europe, Homefront, the Pacific, but the African theater has been ignored so far. No, I think it would be really cool just to get a full-on Africa map, especially because, like, and I don't mean, like, Africa plus part of Europe. I mean
Yeah,
just,
solely Africa.
like, I think that could be really interesting, and I would certainly be for it. I think to do that right, I'd want to get folks who are more familiar, say, with more versed in the African history of the African theater, and make sure that we handle that in a way that is that doesn't come off weird to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's always an option, right? There's technically no limits what we can do. You're certainly right. I mean, we don't have a purely African-focused map right now. But to answer the question, like a 40 to 60 player map, we probably need to split up some nations. Require a bit of research to, as you said, make it accurate, right? And
Yeah.
not just create like some silly fake nations that have no reason to be there. And,
Exactly.
To put it that way. But yeah, it could be an option. I can imagine that being quite cool if we just focus on the landmass of Africa and make everything around it the ocean. The naval can late game become very strong, but you also have some very big land wars. Yeah, why not? I will put it to the backlog of ideas on what maps to do.
Another question is, will the 144x games be available to players? And while I can't say anything for now, if this is something you would like to see, just send us a suggestion. The more suggestions we get, the more,
It's also like a hard thing to answer, right? Because it can't be too detailed. I don't want to make false promises. But we're experimenting around with this, right? For now, this is more like a showcase mode, where we want to be able to bring you content, like one full game in an acceptable amount of time. Technically, there's no real reason why it would stay like that forever. But there's no plans to release this in like the next 2 months or so, just to temper the hopes there a bit. But I'm not saying it can't happen.
Morocco is getting close to Havana. I repeat, Morocco is getting close to Havana. Speaking of Morocco, how are they doing? Interesting.
Actually, shall we take a look around the map where the big stacks are moving, what people might be up to?
Sure, let's start with Africa, because we've already looked at Cuba, and then go north.
Sure.
So we have lots of movement today in Algeria. Lots happening in Algeria, and actually some troops going from Algeria invading neighboring Libya. And from there we have war going on in the Middle East, a parallel to real life perhaps. And we also have some planes being deployed in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, we might be, for the sake of us not reporting false preparations for war here, take a quick look also what the teams are, right? Can we go to the coalition view maybe?
Yes. Let's go into coalition view, and first off...
All right, who we got allied there? We got Turkey and Ukraine. And what's the last one?
And Caucasus.
That's quite a strong position, I would say. So Team BM Fox, in my opinion, very well set up there to play from the corners of the map. A lot of options to move their stacks in strong positions, create big stacks, like a large front. Mm-hmm. Definitely would have these guys, I think, on my top 3 list, just based on location.
I agree.
Then we kind of have the OG Axis powers, right?
Greater Romania, Yugoslavia, and Italy. Yeah.
Maybe not the OG Axis.
Well, getting close.
The co-stars of the Axis a little bit. But I mentioned before, right? With Italy being in the center of the map, same with Yugo and Romania. They probably have a harder time. I would very much expect Team Meliodas to try and forge some alliances early to secure some of their borders, because it can be very tough for them to concentrate forces.
Let's move on to Team Arian.
All right.
Or Arahian? Arahian.
Arahian sounds cool.
Arahian. But
should have asked the guy before that.
Apologies
if we don't get
that
right.
So we have Communist Russia, Greater Finland, and the Russian Empire. So
Hey, Moobot is posting donate links.
Oh god. Okay. Keep going through these while
It won't let me delete the message either.
All right. So you take care of the technicalities. I will try to finish the team overview quickly so we can back into the action. Right? Basically both the Russias and Finland, also a very good position, basically mirroring the good set of Team BM Fox in terms of nations there. Strong in the northeastern corner, makes for a lot of secure borders basically, simply because the map ends at that end. Which... true to the Russian doctrine, basically, probably allow for some large, big front concentrations. I would also expect them to do quite well. Then we have Team Sly Fox with, oh Jesus, now I have to be good with my flags there. We got Algeria, one is Libya, of course, and Egypt. Geographically, also not the worst. I mean, you're a bit in the middle of it, but you got all your southern front secure. also allows you to really, concentrate again, make the big move over the small pond, right? Naval invasions, Italy probably a bit afraid of that early, at least I would expect. Or also potentially moving to the east then and secure the whole Middle Eastern area. So I would expect maybe a big war between Team Sly Fox and BM Fox for the number one.
Oh, absolutely.
The bragging or the naming rights for the number one fox in the game.
Especially moving through the Middle East as they get towards Turkey. I could really see that becoming perhaps even one of the main battlefields of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of these, if they would decide to go to war with each other early, whoever comes out of that and doesn't completely burn down all of its armies will secure a very good spot. But let's move on. We got Team Farwarian.
Yes, Faroian.
Farwarian.
With France, Spain, and Morocco.
France, Spain, Morocco. All right.
Actually, with that, I mean, I'm guessing I'll be curious to see if any of them have already conquered Portugal, because that right there already gates off the entire Mediterranean.
Yeah, for sure. Grabbing these small AI nations early should be expected and a must. I mean, there's just an easy win. But these also prime candidates to go to war with Team Fly Fox, right? That's where the geographics are a bit worse for them than Team BM Fox, who are again in a corner. Some of them will clash indefinitely, or like not indefinitely, but without a doubt. But also somewhat secure over the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, right?
And finally, we have Team Aquila with Germany, Sweden, and Poland.
All right,
that's cool. Central, that's like the dead center of Europe.
Yeah, that will be spicy. I would say the team with Germany and the other team with Italy are both probably having the toughest time and also the biggest challenges in terms of making the right calls early. They got a lot of potential to expand if they play it right, which can secure them quite a good position. But they really have to make sure not to get overrun or get backstabbed by a third party if they go to war.
Let's take a look at the greater map right now. First off, we're based in Canada right now, which basically, see that as the free space on this bingo board of Europe and
Canada,
North America and
darling.
a tiny bit of Africa.
Yeah, everyone's darling. No one wants to, do harm to the Canadians.
I don't know, with the recent stuff, I feel like Canada's... Let's not go into that.
I don't have a personal nation ranking, but I always feel fond of the Canadians, and I never hear bad stuff. And you also did... you actually from Canada, right?
Yeah, I lived in Victoria for about 10 years.
All right.
10 years?
That
15?
qualifies.
Chat is asking for a list of players.
They
know who's who.
So we have the diplomacy tab up right here, which shows each of the players up right now, along with several of the AI-controlled nations. There are AI-controlled nations in here, I should mention. However, again...
A quick filter.
Yes, let's hide AI, actually.
Yes, perfect.
So here we have everyone in Who's Who. I'm really curious to see how this goes. I really think it's anybody's game at this point, though I think some players will certainly have an easier time than others.
Yes, some. Based on your the nations that you have been that you got, and we got to say these were not picked specifically, but more or less raffled out.
Mm-hmm.
You will have to play towards the strength and the geographic location of your country for sure. Some will have it easier, as you said. Some will have it a bit harder, but usually harder also means a lot more opportunities. Really comes down to how well you can manage the expansion and the playing it safe, right?
Not to mention someone's asking, is the tank in the research tab? It is the flame tank is not in the research tab. It is only available through completing operations.
Shall we give that a quick overview?
Yes. Where do I find those in desktop?
On the top left. It's the 5 buttons in the top right corner. It's the very left
this
button. One more to the left.
Oh, there it is.
There
I'm so used to playing the mobile version.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, there you can see the operations. We got Operation Ember and Operation Stronghold live right now. And you have multiple rewards. You can just click on the boxes if you want to showcase it, and we can see what rewards we get. Get some regular infantry there, and I think that's a militia. And there we'd already have a flame tank. So yeah, if you would participate in Operation Ember, which technically you do, it's always active. You don't have to like click anywhere. I just have to comply and do what it asks you to do. And if you conquer some provinces, you would make progress in Operation Ember, and there you can unlock a flame tank. It will then be one unit. It will end up in your inventory, and from there you can then basically activate it as a reserve in your game and deploy it with some restrictions. Of course, you can't just spawn it anywhere, like in your I don't know in your enemy's capital or some silly stuff like that. We did think about some limitations to make it fair.
Yeah.
And yeah, there you would get it. And for now, that's the distribution channel. There's plenty of more for them or for you to get in operations, and there will be a plethora more of more operations coming this entire month. So yeah, you should have plenty at your disposal if you are fairly active and just playing.
What I do want to mention as well is what I like about the operations is this is something that is for everyone.
Yeah.
And this is something that we're hoping gives more content that everyone can enjoy.
Yeah.
So that really is our hoping with this new feature. The 144X is already going, y'all. It's already going, and indeed, it looks like we have war about to break out over here right between Greece and Turkey. Do the units stay in your inventory across games, say with the flame tank?
Yes, your inventory is universal. Everything that is in your inventory is there until you use it. So yeah, once you collect the flame tank, you can use it whenever you want. But again, with the restrictions, right? I mean, if we would collect finish an operation now and we get a flame tank and we start a new game, and I don't know, let's say tomorrow. Then we would be able to use a flame tank in that game.
Already going, and it looks like we have lots of movement happening at the mouth of the Mediterranean near Gibraltar, especially over here near Ceuta and Melilla. It seems that the alliance of Spain and Morocco is going to be very, very crucial to this entire game.
For sure.
However, Cuba is still Cuba.
Free Cuba, right?
Free Cuba.
All right. What do we
Can I get a hashtag Cuba in the chat?
Can we take a look at the border between France and Germany? I would expect there to be something happening probably. We can always see a stack like pulled together there. That's quite a hefty stack, I would say. Can you click on it just for a second?
Yeah.
What do you got? We got some infantry. We got anti-air early, and armored cars.
This it looks like this could heat up. What I'm surprised is that little Luxembourg is still standing as well. I feel like that's almost like a free city you can take.
Yeah, for sure. I mean the whole Benelux.
Speaking of the Benelux,
here I was saying the Benelux. I wanted to say the Benelux is like an easy grabs for expansion, and it seems like Germany is of exactly the same opinion. True to the actual history. Just trying to make some quick grabs early and secure a bit of the English Channel.
Indeed, they have troops heading straight towards Amsterdam. I repeat. Let's see if the Dutch can bike away from this one, or if it's going to become part of Germany.
Yeah, Germans probably really hungry for those nice frikandels in Amsterdam, right? That has to be the reason. It's definitely not for the real estate, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe it's the trains.
yeah. The German trains of today probably need a bit of Dutch efficiency.
I see so much Cuba in the chat. Thank you all. It actually does look like there's been some fighting already. Indeed, the Germans have conquered part of Netherlands, as we can see in Groningen here.
Groningen already gone. I mean, as much as I love the Dutch, used to live there for a couple of years, so they're really close to my heart.
I had no idea.
They're just crazy Germans.
Are they really?
Yeah, no, that's really like it is. It's like you're speaking to some drunk Germans who are just a better version, a more happier, funnier version of Germany.
Oh, and the Netherlands has been conquered, and they're heading straight to Brussels.
Yeah, got a bit of a jump there due to the insane speed.
But on the other side, they're attacking two different fronts. The Germans are also taking over Czechia, and they are fighting in Prague right now.
Man, I wonder if Germany read like some historical books or something and just tries to play it and hoping for the best. I mean, we still see Austria independent, but to my Austrian friends, I think it's there's the history of Austria is written already. I wouldn't expect them to stay there for long.
Now, here's a question from one of our players. Are team players allowed to collect stuff from the operations during this?
Yes, for sure. You can collect anything from the operations that are live, and you can explicitly or even asked to use them if you want to.
Yeah, please. Like, we want you to show them off, so please use them. What I'm watching here is I'm watching Russia, Poland, and Greater Romania go at each other right now. It is Poland just got eaten up by Russia. Indeed, they've already cut Lithuania in two.
Yeah, we get a major Russian stack there with over 20 units. You got some rocket artillery. Can we just move a little bit to the right again and look at a big stack over there?
That's 20.
Yeah.
20 rocket artillery.
Yeah, that was you don't spawn with these, so that was that we can see the expertise of the players really going for rocket artillery early. Can be very useful, especially against the soft targets. And yeah, just building a big doom stack and bringing literal doom to Poland. I'm wondering if Poland has anything left really there to defend it.
Ooh, and already looking at the Caucasus, we can see that the Cossack Republic, which is one of the AI nations, is being gobbled up whole. And it looks like it's soon going to be the Caucasus versus older Ukraine. I say older Ukraine because, this is a video game, y'all. Let's look at Finland.
Finland also being out with the both Russias, right? So it doesn't have to worry really for its eastern and southern border too much. Just some AI nation there being gobbled up.
Yeah, it's in Karelia.
I was about to say the very well-known international city of Onega, right? Probably also see the last of its days looming.
It's okay. It looks like Estonia's also been eaten up. Surprisingly, they took Vilnius but not Kaunas. That's very interesting to see with Lithuania.
Yeah, I would imagine Russia really not focusing on the small AIs, but taking out Poland early. Really looking forward to how Team Germany, who is allied with Poland and what was the second team Germany is with?
Oh, someone says Jamie said gobble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, not to trip over anyone's nuts or anything, but
yeah, not that it happened to me today at any point.
So let's look here. It looks like this entire area right here is going to become a 3-scale war between communist Russia, Ukraine, and the Caucasus.
Mm-hmm.
And all that's no, that little AI nation is done for. It's taken over, and along with it, Stalingrad.
Yeah, that should not have been part of the AI earlier on. Russia really has to see now. I mean, you got I think it's communist Russia who moved into Poland, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Got its big doom stack there, occupied in Poland. Definitely has to expect some reinforcement, I would see, from Germany coming, so that should occupy him. So maybe you got a little one-on-one between the Caucasus and is it Tsarist Russia? What's the second Russia again? I already remember.
There's Russian Empire and Communist.
The Russian Empire.
Now,
sure.
I do want to say on a technical level, something I'm sorry for is I'm ever on occasion pulling up the player list I think next time we do this, I'll want to just keep a second instance of the game up
Yeah,
with just the player list displayed.
for sure.
I'm surprised I haven't done that here because we have so many monitors.
Yeah, literally drowning in monitors here, but we gotta keep an overview. But my eyes are just glued to that one where the action is happening, I gotta say.
Yeah, what I'm also the Russian Empire is really going at it as well. I mean, just look at how much territory they have, and they are taking over the rest of this little AI nation here. It looks like as well Sweden is just gobbling up Norway, taking up all of them. Maybe they're even finally going to get that Arctic Ocean access.
Sweden is the third nation with Germany, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, it was Germany, Poland, and Russia. I got to be honest, or not Russia, Germany, Poland, and Sweden. And it looks like Germany and Sweden are perhaps faring a bit better than Poland.
Yeah, Poland almost out of it already. But hey, we called it earlier, right? It's a tough position for them to be in. I'm not sure if there was some diplomacy going on before the game started, but yeah, it's a tough situation to play.
Would you like some team chatter? Would it be all right if we hop in with Team 2? Team 2, this all good?
Do you remind us who Team 2 is, actually, so we know who we're jumping into?
So, Team 2 is... yeah, that's a good question. Why do we have them numbered in one place, but named in another?
A bit of oversight from our side.
Then what we will do is let's hop in with Team 2, and we're just y'all. Actually, no, I'm just going to tag right here. So yeah, let's get some team chatter. I'm really impressed at how fast this is already going.
For sure. I mean,
I'm thinking we do Team 2 and then we hop in to Team 6.
I could actually see it for a second on our screen. Got a little pop-up that we got 10 XP for Operation Stronghold, which is because we're technically a player nation and we survived for 3 days in game. We got 10 XP. So if you click again on the operation icon, we see that we could claim something. And we would have gotten our first rewards from
Shall
an
I?
operation. Sure, just collected it. We'll go to our inventory.
Boom.
So we can showcase it. And if you... hooray!
Hooray!
If you now click again on Operation Stronghold and expand it,
Stronghold.
yeah, you can see that we made some progress.
And next up is a flame tank.
Yeah.
If we can stay alive for just a bit longer.
Yeah, I think the next threshold should be on day 4 already for us. So we will get this in a bit, and then.
Shall we actually deploy it? Just not attacking one, but deploy it as demonstration.
Yeah, I think we can do that later. We do intend to give the players also some breaks, right?
Yes.
Some in between breaks. And that would be a good thing that we can do in between. A 10-minute break, just show the people watching how this would actually work. Sorry, I also gotta drink something. How to work to deploy it. Gotta keep that in mind for later.
Are you ready to hop in with Team 2?
Yeah, sure. Let's see what they're up to. All right, hey there, Team 2. How you doing?
Hi, hi.
Hello.
Hola. Hello.
How's it going?
Ay,
for
un
you?
momentito, que no oigo. Voy a subir el volumen. Un segundito. Hello.
Hey there.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello.
What's up on the map for you?
Ay, what's up, girl? My volume is very slow. ¿Cómo se sube? Ahora. Now?
All right.
Hello.
Once again, nice for us just chipping in here, seeing how you guys are doing and what the map's looking like for you. Do you have some insight for us?
Inside.
It's been too interesting and too dangerous for us. Two coalitions are fighting against us, and we are doing well.
All right.
We kill Polonia and are resisting from Caucasus and Ukraine.
All right. Yeah, we are specifically looking at your area calling it out early, right? That it will be interesting for you with a strong position with having both the Russians and Finland. You got a lot of areas to secure on and concentrate forces. We were quite surprised. We saw that big stack with rocket artillery and infantry, armored cars moving, just swiping away Poland. So I think the fastest kill of a player nation might actually go to your team in this one.
I spiked him with an interceptor, and I see that he haven't got enough unit in my frontier, and I decide to push him.
Yeah, that was a pretty good move. All right. Do you have anything you want to share strategic-wise? How's it going? Do you want to keep on pushing towards Germany? Would that be a risky plan for you,
or is it too early to tell?
Yeah, I push Germany, Berlin, because I see that there was no unit to keep the benefits of conquering a capital. But I have no intention to continue pushing him.
All right. Then I think we will leave you to it. Just want to chime in, hear some player voices, and leave you to the war effort. I think you got your hands full of stuff to do.
Yes.
All right, Team 2, good luck to you.
Yes. So with that, yes, thank you for letting us hop in. So I think let's keep it watching for a bit, and then Team 4, if it's cool with y'all, let's hop in with you. It's interesting to watch them push towards Berlin.
We just saw some very interesting stuff there. Looking at Berlin, can you see the model? I mean, we see the first flame tank being deployed there. That should come really handy. Got a big stack in Berlin, and we just heard it from Team 2 to not spoil anything, right? But they don't intend to push into Germany. Germany has to defend its eastern flank with lost allied Poland, and making good use probably in the near future with its flame tank, which could come very handy against the Russian infantry.
I still can't believe it. The game is still so young, and we've already lost Poland. We've already lost Poland.
Yeah, big blow there.
They are gone.
No more Poland.
No more Poland. That's a shame.
But hey, who knows, right? I mean,
what it looks next like communist Russia is actually making its way. Oh, it's making its way south, all the way through Ukraine and even potentially towards Greater Romania, perhaps. We also, again, have the battle between the Caucasus and the Russian Empire over here. Mm-hmm. It looks like it's... Oh, wait. Look at this. More flame tanks. Any future plans to make Finland, New Zealand playable nations in the historic 1939 map? Question from the chat.
Finland and New Zealand. Finland could be an option. New Zealand... I mean,
perhaps a bit small, yeah.
Technically also an option, yeah, but it's really quite small. Maybe one for a global all countries all in, if it's not even on there yet, but it should be, I think. No big plans, but I think that's not the first time I've heard someone ask for Finland. So we take a mental note also for that, and maybe as a future addition. I think Finland especially deserves its place on the historic map.
I just realized, are we about to see Norway get fully wiped out?
Yeah, I think poor AI Norway has its days numbered.
Bye Norway. There should be a fire effect from the new fire tank when it attacks. Actually, if I remember right.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean,
yeah,
if our art department did implement that yet, or if it's one for the future iteration. But you're actually perfectly right. I mean, we got the cool particle effects not too long ago. So we definitely do have some options there, and the flame tank rightfully should have some kind of flaming effect coming soon. But to be honest, I mean, if you want some insight into game development, usually it's you gotta make some compromises here or there to make a project realistic to achieve. And the flame effect was one that we didn't get into the first iteration of it. But we're of course hoping that you as players will like the flame tank, and think it's a useful addition. And then that also, of course, gives us the feedback that we can invest into that more. And then, of course, naturally also see how we can polish it up and give it some nice flamey, or well, actually it's not nice flamey, some terrifying flame effect.
And then before we answer the next one, which is how about Greece, which I think it's fair to say is another one that is definitely under consideration. I feel like we've been neglecting the north of Africa a bit here because this is intense. This is being carved up. We have Spain, we have Morocco, we have Algeria, we have Egypt and Libya, and there's just so much going on here. There's even a little bit of Tunisia, which I believe was AI, correct?
It might have been, yes, I'm not 100% sure, but Spain and Morocco, of course, teaming up there and carving up the poor, is it Algeria, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Algeria is just getting carved up like a Thanksgiving turkey.
I mean, Spain playing it nicely, taking all the coastal areas, also with submarines, but basically to support its landing efforts and to make sure there's no reinforcements coming from the sea, and then Morocco pushing nicely, carving right into the heartland of Algeria there.
That is intense. Egypt has conquered most of the Middle East. There's a little tiny bit right here that's been taken by Turkey, but it's all Egypt all the time there right now, except for Gaza, which is apparently now Turkey. Interesting.
It might just have revolted and then taken ownership given to Turkey.
Though that said, we do see that there is a Turkish sub just off the coast.
Yeah, the submarine probably didn't disembark its personnel, right?
Yeah.
But who knows what happened there? I mean, Turkey should be allied with Jesus Christ. The other nation there.
Yeah,
right?
Turkey does have Jesus on their side. So in 20 minutes...
I'm not so sure about that. I'm not sure if that's how it works.
Am I allowed to make that joke? Being Jewish and all? Never mind. So Turkey also right here, right at the border of what is now Turkey, has an entire stack of rocket artillery. However, Egypt has an entire stack of armored cars heading north directly towards Adana.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. Fun fact, by the way, for those of us from Canada, our Thanksgiving was actually last weekend.
Oh, I didn't know there's different Thanksgivings.
Yeah, and it's what is it? It's October is Thanksgiving, and then November's Remembrance Day, and Remembrance Day is considered like the start of the Christmas shopping season, or at least that's how like I always saw it.
Funny enough, I also have a story this year for Thanksgiving, because I will be over there visiting some friends, and I will spend my first Thanksgiving ever in the States with an Italian family. I'm really looking forward to that, I gotta say.
Let me tell you, I'll be the first to be critical of the States. I'm sorry, it's the Canada. We like we love y'all, but also we hate your guts. But like Canadian Thanksgivings are cool, but American Thanksgivings are just next level.
American. Yeah.
There is so much food. Like I remember because like when I was a kid and we were in the States, every year like having family over, and literally like 30 different family members meeting at like my parents' place, and there being so much food because not only were we making a feast, but like it's expected that it's potluck style, so everyone brings like a dish as well, right? And imagine leftovers that last you into December.
Yeah, all right. That's also how I've been told it looks like, but I've never seen
Christmas starts whenever the mood hits, Jamie. I really like this Lance Fair. I love this game. My wife and work home, we play together. It's all I play now. That's what we call a good coalition.
Yeah, I love to hear that, and this is especially nice for us as developers to hear, right? That you can enjoy this with the people you spend most of your life with, actually, and that brings joy to you. That's really a major reason why we work in gaming. We want to bring you like a fun experience.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I gotta say is that, like, of course, working gaming is a job, but then, but there's so much passion behind
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Like there legitimately is so much passion behind everything.
Yeah, you rarely have people
Game-wise.
ending up in this industry who just do it for the money because it's the best job offer they got. Usually, people end up here because they want to end up in this industry and because it's something that they just have a passion for. We can see a big naval stack from Morocco there about to enter the Mediterranean. That will come quite
Oh,
handy.
wow. 16 cruisers.
Yeah, they're probably. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some destroyers in there to take care of some submarines and take control of the Gibraltar Strait there.
I say it again and again. You know, these truly are pro players. The flaming hot 144x speed round. When is that going to occur? Asked someone.
The flaming hot one. I'm not sure. Maybe could you imagine if we get a collab with Hot Ones? And
Yeah. You know what? How about this?
I want to see Germans eat hot food. It's funny.
Is it true that the spiciest thing the average German can handle is paprika?
I cannot speak more for myself because I fucked all my capsaicin. The thing that detects spices.
Yeah.
When I was like 14. So I really like spicy food. I'm probably not the average German in terms of that. But my parents, if you give them like a mildly spicy currywurst, they're already like, "Oh, this is too much."
It's okay. Americans have the same stereotype. Ooh, this is really spicy. What are you
I
putting
think-
in? It's like mayonnaise.
Yeah, Germans are just not. We don't have a lot of spicy food in the local cuisine really. So yeah, I would say Germans are probably on the weaker side of being able to handle their spice.
It's a masterpiece, guys. So deep. There's quite a learning curve. There is, but I really love that. There's something about the pace of these games. I first learned about Bytro because I played Supremacy back when I was in uni with several friends, and there's something about the pacing where it's very methodical.
Yeah,
But it's also something good where unless you're on a super speed game like this, if you're in if you're in a game with friends and you all have weird schedules, being able to hop in for just a bit at a time really does make it nice.
yeah, and it gives you that if you want to play to win and you're invested in it.
Hi,
it gives you-
Carlos.
Hey man. It gives you that little bit of excitement basically all around the day for weeks, right? I mean, if you join like I want to play a world map at regular speed, that probably will take the better half of your month. And for me, I ended up in points where I had to stop playing the game during the weekdays because I would just always get up too late for work because I stayed up at 2, 3 a.m. But I'm probably also on the more extreme end of being invested into video games.
So this might be the fact that I work in like ad production speaking, but I am the one person working on that. But well,
glad to
no,
have you,
I have a
buddy.
Paul now. I have Paul.
Fair.
Love you, Paul. But if is it just me or does this look like the type of screenshot that you'd see in like a really good ad? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
like
it's-
this is the type of screenshot that really shows off what the game is about.
Yeah, should I tell you why? Because this is organic gameplay. Because this is people actually moving stuff and making unit compositions as they should be. Bit of min-maxing, stuff happening all over the place. You see all the troop movements. And that just tickles my fancy, seeing all the moves there. I wish I could just stop the game and look at all the unit compositions in the big stacks one by one. But yeah, I mean, we are about to see like a big force concentration there.
Between France, Italy, and what is this right here? Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to mention, but bits of Greece are being carved up right now as well.
Yeah, poor Greece. I mean,
Is Greece about to be off the map?
I root for the small guys, but Greece, I think, didn't stand a chance to make it through the game.
Hashtag late nights indeed. Steamboat leaving in the background. Let me tell you, yeah, there's... It gets pretty steamy on the Elba.
I'm surprised you could hear that, but for sure, I mean, we are on the 15th floor of our beautiful office here, and we have probably, and this is also no marketing pitch, we probably have one of the nicest places to have an office in the entirety of Hamburg.
Yeah,
We can
agreed.
literally see all of the harbor to our left. There's a big panoramic windows on 2 walls here. And we can see really the heart of Hamburg, basically. I love it.
Ooh, there is movement happening in the northern U.S. I repeat, there is movement in the northern U.S.
Yeah, we actually might.
Is it time? Are we finally going to see Michigan gotten rid of?
Yeah, we might have to also use our break to do a quick check on if the North American AI wants to, diddle daddle with the undefeated mighty Canada and make sure we don't run into problems there.
What I'm curious to see is Morocco has lost their stake in Cuba. I guess what I'm really surprised to see, and I know they aren't like the smallest, but I'm still surprised to see Portugal standing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like that is not what I expected. I'd understand like Ponta Delgada was still here at this point, but
Is it the Maldives? I think it should be, right?
yes.
Man, I was once very confident in my geography, but when we speak to an audience, not so sure. Oh yeah,
Geography's wild.
yeah, it is. It's almost like it changes all the time, but it actually doesn't. I mean, unless you're playing Call of War, then it constantly changes. I mean, we can see.
Okay, I know it. Oh, what's this right here? We have a plane flying back to communist Russia, and what little is left of Lithuania.
Yeah, can you move over the airplane to see what the target was, where it was
Sure.
coming from?
So that was actually attacking Sweden.
Yeah, all right. Do
Now-
some strat bombing there, I would assume.
I don't know when is the event I've waited for. I'm unsure which one you're referring to. If you're talking about the ones where you can get a flame tank, those operations have been live. 10-minute break in 10 minutes. This is such an intense match.
Yeah.
And already the map, with the exception of this section right here, this half of the map right here looks totally different than from when we first started.
We can see a really mighty Sweden there, trying its best at reinstating the old Kalmar Union. We got communist Russia doing what communist Russia does best and heading towards Germany, and we can see the technically also Russia, right? But a split up Russia for game purposes.
Ooh, look what we just got.
Yeah, we got a flame tank. I'm sure we will deploy that in our break.
The flame tank has me rethink my whole strategy. Communist militia in the mountains, 70% bonus was insane. You know what? Shall we show the flame tank?
Yeah, I would again say we can do that in a break, do quick deployment, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But we can take a look. I mean, you can see Germany is a part in Poland there with a big stack. Exactly, there it is. I mean, it already saw some action. So the flame tank for Germany sure took some hits and took some casualties.
And look at that, quite literally scorched earth. But just across the border, we have another.
Yeah, another big stack there with 5 armored units, 19 infantry. That is, I mean, these stacks will probably duel it out, but the poor German stack there is already at half HP, but it's got some reinforcements there with some medium tanks coming from Berlin, probably also going to the Eastern Front. So in true World War II fashion, probably we see some tank battles there. And
But here's something stunning from the UK, which I believe is AI controlled.
it should be.
Let's see. Yeah, so from here, let's hide the AI. So the UK, which is AI controlled, of course, is actually taken over a little chunk of the Netherlands. Or what was the Netherlands and is now Germany.
Yeah, so even the AI doing its best attempt at a historical D-Day, just not in France, but
Indeed, we
a
now
bit
have
further
British
north.
Amsterdam. Now that is what we call
I'm not
some
sure-
horrifying
Yeah,
colonialism.
I'm not sure if I agree with the British Amsterdam. I mean, I love you guys. I have nothing against anyone, but Amsterdam, that should remain in the hands of the people of the Dutch.
I mean, I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is fucking British, am I right?
I don't know about that. I'm sure you get some reprimands from poor old Connor if he sees that or hears that. But yeah, they
I mean, to tackle an earlier question, like, why even is the UK? Like, why?
look. All I'm saying about this, the last thing I need in my life is fried chicken tikka masala, and I think they shouldn't go to.
Yeah.
Actually, I might want that in my life. No, I'm
Actually
not so
sounds
sure,
pretty
but
good.
now
I
that
wouldn't
said that-
mind like a good fried chicken tikka. Oh god, there's actually a place like this is way off topic, but if there's a really good Indian place we found in Harburg, I think it was.
Oh, that's where I'm from.
Yeah. Oh no, kidding.
Yeah, I'm living there.
I'm like love it there. It's great.
Some great what's the word? Sometimes
International?
Yeah, international. I was like interculturally something. No, but it's
Intercontinental.
a lot of international food there, especially also with some specific supermarkets who sell stuff you can't get everywhere else.
What I really like is there's this mall near the Wilhelmsburg S-Bahn station,
Yeah.
and they have the best mall Chinese food I've ever had. Like,
Is
if
that
you
a
know what I
thing?
mean, where like I don't want good authentic Chinese food, I want mall Chinese food.
Oh, it's
It's like greasy and kind of.
I
a
want
little
something
bit
that
gross.
seems like a little bit up from like a Panda Express in the
oh,
States.
yeah. I think I know what you mean. Like sometimes you know Italian pizza is the best pizza out there.
Speaking of
But
Italy,
sometimes all you need is the one from the freezer, right? Speaking about things you can't get somewhere else, I mean France taking real estate in Italy there, and
no
Italy,
kidding.
I think
Genoa is French now.
yeah, but I think Italy is not having that with a doom stack over there in the north and a bit to the left. I mean, there's a lot of Italian units ready.
So Mota is saying, all right, so we're all going to meet at Martin's for some Indian. Actually, you know what? Fuck yeah, Indian. Human Fire Games says, I make videos about Call of War and other Bytro games. All this for Spanish community. I send you greetings. Hello, and
Hey,
thank
man,
you.
That's really cool to hear.
Actually, if anyone here makes like game content, please like just contact us because we'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, you can also, if you're active in the community, reach out to us. And if you make content regularly and get your own little community, and you would participate in one of these events in the future, be our guest. I mean, we for sure could at least make one other team happen, I think.
Wow, look at this. Just look at this absolute madness that is the south of Turkey. However, it's interesting because it looks like Egypt's hold has broken a bit. So did one of these revolt?
Might just be, yeah. I mean, you usually end up with these caucuses. By the way, taking a
Massive bite.
big damage there from Russia.
Yeah, they may all soon be part of the Russian island.
Yeah, man, there's so much happening in games. It's hard to keep track of everything and make sure where you want to watch. I'm super interested in that France-Italy border there. There's like 100 units there. But then again, also the Russia's just doing the Russian thing and rushing, right?
And not only that, but we see just one lone tank going from Spain into France.
Yeah, but helping his ally and even if it's just one tank, right?
One can make a difference.
Yeah, one full HP medium tank at this stage of the game. I'd rather have it than not have it.
Yeah, like this is just so wild to see. It's so. Do you want to take a look at the diplomacy tab and see where we're at right now? Because already I can tell that things have just changed a bunch. I mean, first off, Spain seems to have had the smallest bite taken out of them, but they've also seemed to have not had a ton of expansion either.
Yeah, Spain pretty safe. I mean, only land borders with France, who is its ally, so really can play it safe. I wouldn't be surprised if Spain also built up quite a good economy, playing the late game and then allying with its allies, probably a wrong way to put it, but teaming up with its ally in the North Africa campaign and carving up poor Algeria. But yeah, they are probably in a pretty good position. But I mentioned it just now, that France-Italy border, I'm super stoked to see what will happen there, because I expect some major clashes and some very big casualty numbers there. I mean, just look at the unit counts there. We got 10 tactical bombers from France. We got close air support from Spain. We got the tanks rolling in. We got the Italian Doomstack, more rocket artillery in the back from Hugo. That's basically a coalition war all happening in two provinces there.
Not to mention, but then what's the direction from there? Is it up through either Switzerland or Austria into Germany?
No, I think this will be a death blow. They will go for that one coalition. I mean, if Italy and Hugo can't hold there, they will carve it up. With Spain also securing part of Algeria and France, they control a sizable portion of the Mediterranean. Then Italy then also becomes much more defendable if they can rely on not being attacked really from the west and the sea and having a strong navy. So they are maneuvering themselves in quite a good position if they can win that big fight in northern Italy.
Meanwhile, it looks like Yugoslavia it might be entering endgame. It looks like they're bringing it all back home. It looked shifting from a more offensive game to a purely defensive run, which, seeing how much of a bite has been taken out of them, is perhaps the best idea. They have one major city left, and that is Lvov.
Yeah, but I think your geography fails you a bit there, right? Because Hugo is that's a big offensive run actually. I mean, they should be partnered with Greater Romania, and I think they are going for the Russian coalition there. Probably.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I mean, must be. They probably saw that big blob forming there in the northeastern corner, with both the Russias taking basically a full player country.
Oh,
and
you're right.
Seeing the threat there for the late game. Yeah, I mean, especially if you look at the map, Greater Romania is the natural next way to expand for them if the Caucasus can't hold. And I think Team Italy really can't have that.
I'd say besides the Russian Empire, I'd say it's really between the communist Russians and the Greater Romanians right now for domination. Maybe with Turkey and Egypt as well. Ooh, I don't know actually. You know what I hadn't even noticed? Look at how Spain has just cut across Africa.
Yeah.
Algeria is gone. We have just a tiny bit of Tunisia left.
Yeah, Libya is basically also out of it, right? I mean,
Libya is a city. We do, however, have a little bit of Western Sahara, which is interesting. But just Spain and Morocco all the way. And what I find really interesting is how we have kind of this pattern forming in here, where all the way from Western Sahara to the ocean and Mediterranean to Egypt, just kind of sliced through each other, except for this little bit of Tunisia.
Mm-hmm.
This is carnage.
Can we take another look at northern Italy there? Really see the big stacks clashing. I mean, just look at the unit count. Really over 40 units in one stack. I'm a bit surprised Italy hasn't committed that stack really. It seems to be sitting there more or less, and I mean, I don't know. That's just the time to use it is now basically.
No, I absolutely agree. I'm gonna tag someone because we have just entered the first big 10-minute break. Let's check in with Team 6 if they're down, and then let's show off the flame tank.
All right, can you remind me who Team 6 was again?
Yes, Team 6 is that's CLPXZ. I'm Making Waffles, Desert Fox, and BM Fox.
All right, the one of the two foxes, right?
So here, let's put this right here. You can actually see them right here. They're actually on the BM Fox
Turkey,
team.
Ukraine, and the Caucasus. All right, let's take a quick last look at the map to see how they're going. Turkey definitely still in there. Caucasus, I think, struggling for its life.
But also, just the Caucasus is completely carved up into 3 different bits.
And Ukraine, I mean, it's basically gone. Greater Romania taking over and Russia doing the rest there.
Yeah, like I absolutely agree.
All right, are we in the break already?
Yeah, we're in the break right now.
All right, so that means the game is paused, right? The game moves from 144 to basically 0 speed, and we will unpause it, even if it's technically not paused. It just runs at incredibly low speed.
As close as we can to it being paused.
For all intents and purposes, it is frozen, right? I mean, there's no progression there. I
have not heard from 6, but we can... I'm also down to hop in with 4, which is Korjan and Brogy. So let's see.
Shall we wait for a quick response from the guys and show off how to deploy the flame tank?
Yeah, would you like to show it off now?
Sure, I can do that.
So how do we actually go about deploying the flame tank?
All right, so
Lead me through it.
So
Not because I definitely haven't done this like 60 times.
don't
Well,
worry, I'll put my
oh yeah, your
general's
commander
on.
hat.
All right, so
And then Team 6 will be ready for us.
all right, Private Jamie. First, we go to the inventory, yeah, which is the green thing next to our gold indicator.
All right, so this right here, the big
Yeah,
backpack.
exactly, there you go. And then, yeah, you can see we have some boosters. We do have the units we collected, and we would select the flame tank now if we want to deploy it. Gives us some basic info, and of course, we just click continue because we want to get in the action. It's very straightforward, wherever we want it, right? I mean, you can pick a nice place that you think would deserve to have a flame tank.
You know what? Toronto don't deserve anything, so this can, you know what, this can go in Moncton because, quite frankly, I think New Brunswick deserves a little more love.
All right.
And there we go. That's it.
Yeah, they're easy as. You can already see it there on the map. You have full access to it. With the nice level 1 flame tank, we should say probably there's 3 levels of it. It emulates basically like the tech tree, but you can't research later stages for now. You can get it in 3 different variants: level 1, 2, and 3, having different stats and becoming stronger in certain areas. And yeah, there it is basically. That was the whole process. It's very easy to do. I think very straightforward. And the only thing to keep in mind now is that the unit now just needs to mobilize for a couple of hours of in-game time. You can see the nice little image there of an actual flame tank, which I love, by the way. I'm really big fan of the historical images.
So here's my question on that. Is that a Photoshop, or is this something that y'all actually found, like, research-wise? Because I know a lot of ridiculous stuff was tried.
No, as far as I know, that should be a real photo.
Oh, wow.
And probably just we used some AI magic to color it. But of course, I mean, I can't speak for everything. That's just most of these images are historical images, also for other units that we use to upscale and make look a bit nicer by giving it some color. By the way, is anyone else like a really big fan of the technology just to color old black and white photos?
I love that.
Just amazing to me to actually be reminded that the world wasn't black and white before the 60s.
Are you ready to hop in with Team 6?
All right, sure. Let's do what Team 6 is doing.
There's only 1 unit, luckily.
Hello, y'all. So
Okay.
how are y'all feeling at this point in the game?
I'm sorry, you said what?
How are y'all feeling at this point in the game? How are you feeling about the direction where the game's heading?
Well, honestly, I believe the team from the West will win this game. I believe it's France, Spain, and Morocco. I think that they strategically had the best position, and they could just wait out for others to fight, and then they could come. We got attacked by 2 teams, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
And it's been hard to defend.
Yeah, we talked about a bit in the intro about the geographical locations, and definitely had both the Spain team and the Russian team as probably ones with the best position, right? Because they can just push in one direction. With your team ending like somewhat on the sideline, but still between 2 teams. We gotta say, like, we're strong believers in your ability, but we definitely knew you would have a bit of a harder time to make up for it. But we're still rooting for you guys. I think you're not completely out.
Yeah, we're gonna try to make a push.
Spoken of the
We're
sideline,
gonna try to.
spoken of the sideline, BM Fox here. Unfortunately, I'm not playing today as I'm very sick. I've lost my voice.
Please
So
get
I'm,
well soon.
jumping here in the group chat to give some positive vibes to my players who are playing without me today.
Yeah, right, man. If you know anything about team play and war, right, the morale can never be underestimated. So I think your team will really appreciate it here. Also giving probably some expertise and tips from the sidelines, one extra set of eyes. Surely never a bad thing to have in a war like that.
Well, I wouldn't say the set of eyes because I need to stay neutral because I've been watching the stream, so I saw the admin view of you guys, so I can't disclose anything to the team as
All
that
right.
would be
Oh,
very
of course.
unfair, of course.
Yeah, I'm even gladder to hear that.
Yes.
Being a good sportsman, that's what it's truly about in games. I feel like because I mean we're not fighting real wars here, right? But I want to have some good fun. So I really appreciate that, my man.
Yeah, welcome.
And also from me, like speedy recovery, right? You can hear when your cracked voice. Take it easy on yourself. But yeah, it's very much appreciated that you still chip in and are with your team in these hard times, so to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the voice chat now. Need to let my voice rest.
All right,
I'm gonna
alright.
continue watching.
all right. All
And
the
thank
best.
y'all for letting us hop in.
And don't give up. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I
of
mean,
course.
it's,
Not at all. Thanks for holding us
you
back.
can still have an effect. Who knows?
Yeah, we still do. We still have one railroad gun on the map.
Absolutely.
Maybe take your time with a bit of diplomacy. Maybe you can help one of the other teams still to fend off the Russian menace.
Yeah.
All right, guys. All the best. Yeah.
All the best.
Cheers.
So going back into the stream chat, someone asked, "What do we think of the idea of bunkers and and coastal fortresses?"
Coastal fortresses, always a hot topic. One that gets brought up quite frequently.
There are bunkers, though.
Yeah, you can build fortifications for sure. Also, I mean, that's why I'm focused on the coastal fortress. But I think it would be an interesting thing, right? To go more into the amphibious landing aspect of the game, and also to fend off enemy naval stacks. That would be a cool thing. I can definitely see some design ideas for that already. We also frequently got that feedback from players, from suggestions that you guys give us, like what units to introduce or what building to bring. All I can say is we are aware, also as gamers ourselves, we think it would be a cool idea. We now see the first unit in quite some time being added with the flame tank. We hope that you like that, and can only say I'm optimistic that we will probably look into more content like this in the future. At least that's what I hope. And that's what I can see on the horizon. If that will be some kind of coastal battery, I can't tell. But wouldn't it be like a cool idea for an expansion?
I'd
to have
love
some
that.
Marines and coastal defenses.
I'd love to
and stuff like that?
see a big coastal defenses update, and I think a lot of players would really enjoy that as well.
Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe even amphibious tanks. But let's not
Talk
get
about
carried
how we
away.
only have a little bit of grease left, just a little tiny bit.
Greece always lives in our hearts.
I'll always remember you, Greece. Gone in game, but not gone from my heart. This reminds me of the IO stream when our valiant fighter, Little Kitty, who was defending the central U.S., got taken over by the Quebecois. And do you know what her last word was?
What was it?
We.
Always remember the little kitty.
R.I.P. So, yeah, I'm glad folks so far seem to really be enjoying the flame tank. I really like it as well because I feel like it potentially lets people get into action a lot quicker if they play their cards right. What do we have going on here between Libya and Spain? It looks like Spain is planning to conquer Libya's island, which is formerly part of Greece.
The island formerly known as part of Greece.
The island formerly known as part of Greece.
Who knows? Maybe what Spain needs is that little bit of Spartan heritage to be part of its empire there, right?
I just realized, is that the last of Libya? No, we have a little bit. We have a tiny bit in the Middle East left of them as well.
That revolted probably, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, Libya pretty much out. I mean, we heard it from Team Being Fox, right? They have strong beliefs in Spain, France, and Morocco having the best shots, and I can't say I disagree. They look very menacing right now. I mean, Germany, surprisingly, between the fronts, still holding fast. Its Polish ally gone fairly quickly. Sweden still in with them. But it looks like there will be a big clash between Team France, basically, and the Team Russias. That, if I would have all my belongings put on the table and at
I still
stake,
think
I
there's
would-
something to be said for Germany as well, though.
Yeah, but I don't think Germany will take it home here. But what I would say is probably the stacks of Germany and whoever has to fight them and destroy them. That will be a big decider, right? I mean, will we see them fight off communist Russia, or block the French-Spanish menace somewhere in the Alps? That can be a big decider also for later clashes.
My question as well is just because going back in coalition view, we have both Russias and Finland working together, but so I'm wondering if if the Russo-Finnish alliance is going to be the ones who really takes it home, because I feel like actually let's take a full look because we have a few nations out. The Italy, Yugoslavia, Greater Romania alliance is looking a little carved up.
Yeah, I mean, poor Italy losing a lot of ground right now.
And Libya and Egypt, of course, getting carved. Well, Libya more so than Egypt. And of course, the Poland, Germany, Sweden alliance has no Poland anymore.
As the former country of Poland.
But I don't know, I think it might come down to the Russo-Finnish alliance to the Spanish-French-Moroccan alliance.
Yeah, for sure. That's the big clash looming in the back, I would say.
But at the same time, when you're expecting a big clash like this, and everyone is expecting that big clash, that's often when you have a smaller player come in and start strategically cutting things off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I said it with the German stacks a while ago as well, right? It really will come down to who Germany sees as the bigger threat and will throw all its might against. That will, of course, then weaken whoever it is who has to fight down the German stack.
Oh wow!
The
Look
same
at this between Finland and Sweden right now.
Major railroad gun.
Holy
engagement
crap!
there.
A stack of 44 tanks versus the railway guns and a smaller tank stack. This is carnage, and the Finnish are sending more in, but so are the Swedes. The Swedes are sending more in as well. There are planes, there are tanks, there is war.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Oh, there goes a big tick. And now
Ooh.
the stacks unite. I was just about to say, I'm surprised we don't really see an air force there, especially because that railroad gun was split off. That would have been a prime target for some tactical bombers. But it seems only the Finnish are really equipped with a working air force there right now. Anything in range.
I'm really curious to see. Sweden really has to watch out for that Russo-Finnish alliance. Meanwhile, back down south, it really does look like the last of Libya is coming up for battle. However, Libya has taken a little chunk out of Turkey, just a little bit, just a wee bit,
For good sport.
for funsies.
Yeah.
This is something I wasn't expecting.
Was that a
So-
revolt?
Was it the
Oh, not
one of
sure.
one of the cities from the Caucasus has become part of the Russian Empire? One thing that a lot of folks don't keep in mind is that morale rating.
Yeah, for sure. To be fair, I mean, for our players, it's also at this speed, there's so much to manage. They might just not have the time to station garrisons, or they might just simply want to focus more on stacking all their troops and taking out the enemy's big stacks and accepting some revolts in the hinterlands, so to speak.
We also can see that that Turkey is in fact expanding a bit. In fact, they're inching their way towards Bucharest,
Yeah,
and not just Bucharest, but towards Constanta as well.
yeah. I mean, just seeing another big Russian stack there, I'm surprised where they found all these units. Really looks like Romania now taking a hit there as well.
This is everybody's game. So here's my question. If you were playing on this map right now at 144x speed, chat, what country would you want to start as?
That's quite a good question.
Which one would you want to start as?
Are we playing for bragging rights and honor or for good fun?
Let's do bragging rights and honor.
I would probably go with our mighty Canada.
Yeah.
Or I have to say Russian Empire.
Russian Empire is good.
Just based on the fact that we have to have some map edges, and the edges themselves or the countries in the corner of the map usually performing quite well. If I had to put my house on the line, I would spawn as Russian Empire.
You know, even though we're kind of the free space here, I would probably pick Canada, as you said, for one of them. But I also think Morocco could be a very strategic choice, especially if we're not doing teams, you know, going up and initially taking Portugal instead of Spain. Since if I remember right, Portugal can only be AI controlled, yeah?
Yeah. Portugal is not a playable country.
So I feel like Morocco could also be a very strategic choice. It just kind of depends on play style.
Yeah. I mean, usually on this map, if you spawn as one of the three North American countries, what either tends to happen is you either get one to dominate all of it, right, because they want to expand, or all three of them usually form a coalition. They build up the economy very quickly early, and then send like the D-Day of Doom towards Europe. Both of these are quite viable depending on what you want to do. But yeah, options everywhere. You just need to adapt your playstyle a little bit to what the country demands of you to really make the best of it.
I'm seeing a lot of Spain, France, and Turkey in the chat as well. Turkey, I feel like, could also be very strategic, but also there's so much surrounding you if you start Turkey. I feel like you also have to get ready to attack very quickly.
Yeah, Turkey, one of these nations that are more. If you are a good diplomat, the Turkish nation can be very strong in your hands.
Oh, that's unexpected. We have the Sweden-Finland battle, but what's this part of Finland is now part of the Russian Empire, but that's their ally.
Yeah, that was probably a revolt there. We saw the ginormous stacks fighting, and nothing is kept in the back, right, when a fight like that happens. So no garrisons, and then probably the low morale province just revolted, and the mechanic work in that way that it goes to one of the nearest countries. And that happened to be Russia then, I guess. But can we take a quick look again at that stack? I think the Finnish came out on top, right? And,
yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's still... The Finnish came out and on top, but the Swedes are not giving up.
Yeah, having some interceptors over there, probably on patrol.
Oh, and the Finnish have taken it. And they have more railway guns defending them.
Man, I gotta talk to our balancing guy Dachi about all these railroad guns. I feel like that has become the meta lately.
Not only that, but look at this, a lone Finnish sub off the tip of what was formerly Norway.
Could you imagine, like 60 years in the future, and that's a nuclear submarine? Suddenly, the whole thing looks a lot different. But yeah, it looks like Finland will now decisively take it to the Swedish heartland. And make short work there. While though that's direly needed, as the Russian stack still roaming wild, but also losing land. I mean, we can again see quite a bit of Ukraine popping up.
I'm also really interested to see how all of this goes down here with the Russias and Yugoslavia and the Greater Romania.
For sure. I mean, there's still so many units all over the map that they can wipe each other out. And while we see these big doom stacks, you gotta keep in mind the big stacks have big HP, but they also take a long time to recover. So really, any unit that's taken away somewhere, caught off guard, maybe bombed to hell by some strong air force somewhere, that adds up in the end. We could just see it right there, right? That's the Russian attack bombers flying a mission and just probably took out some targets somewhere in the Ukrainian lands.
Yeah, the Caucasus are still in this, though. They are very much so still in this. Someone says I'm playing as Russian account. I brought back the Russian Empire. You see, didn't we actually do an ad where we did that? A while back?
Yeah, I feel like that's very much.
I feel like we've done
the
so many
cards.
different ad types, which I mean,
Funny enough, not to promote other games, but I also just recently started a game of Europa Universalis, and I'm also bringing back the Russian Empire there right now. You know, the good old Tsarist one. Oh,
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that. Probably also did some weird stuff, but you know, the historical nerds between us will probably appreciate bringing back the glory of some older empires.
or I also like what I really like because I used to play HOI4 a bit was making just random bullshit empires. It's like, yeah, you know, why not have the Franco-Irish Empire?
Oh yeah, that's also, you know, since you mentioned the Iron Order as probably your favorite game, you can pick the great nation of the Kiwi Empire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And bring the Kiwi superiority to other countries.
Actually, you know what my favorite bit of the IO lore, which I hope we can further expand on, is we have all these new factions in North America, you know, New Louisiana, Deutsche America, the Great Sioux Nation,
Yeah.
and then there's just Florida.
Florida's just Florida.
Yeah, and we have actually expanded on it, but I love that. It's like, yeah, all these great, crazy new factions, and then there's just Florida.
I love there would be some lore that the Florida man takes over as the Florida emperor, you know, it's just like the Florida man.
Actually, in the lore we have, I kid you not, it's actually Seminole Run, which I think is pretty neat.
All right, let's take a quick look there at northern Italy again, because there's a lot of ground.
Oh, ooh.
There's, you know, for some reason that took a big turn. There's the Yugoslavian stack who took a lot of damage, and the big Italian stack of Doom for some reason now. They're at full HP, walking around. I'm not sure.
Big ass railgun heading straight to Paris.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a screen. Can you click on it again? I want to look at the unit
Yeah.
composition. What do we have there? We have 10 anti-aircraft guns, 20 infantry level 3. We have some medium tanks, 3 railroad guns. That's a dangerous stack. I mean, that's at full HP. It's
Yeah, can you blame them though? I mean, they fought the French back from northern Italy, but at the cost of the French taking pretty much the rest of Italy,
Yeah,
except for Potenza and I guess what, Sicily? No, Sicily is now
Corsica. Right?
yeah.
So,
It's all
yeah, but
it's
I
all
mean,
Spanish.
Italy should probably split off a couple of units there and take back its core provinces just to make sure that it gets the resources there. But I gotta say, I didn't see that coming. That Italian stack again, very very dangerous.
I don't know. It could just be a straight putting all their bets into taking Paris, because
Yeah.
if they take Paris, that effectively really cuts France in two.
Yeah, that's surely trouble for them.
Or I guess in this case, 3, maybe even 4 if you count this.
Maybe this is just about who has the best emperor in history, right? And then the French obviously walking into Italy saying Napoleon is the best. We are coming here to kick your ass. And the Italians going, have you ever destroyed a mouse?
Oh, what? And now what was that just there?
A little technical difficulties.
A little. For those wondering, I'm quite literally controlling all of this with a Logitech mouse with everything I need key-binded.
Nice.
Yeah, because it's okay. When I do production stuff, so a lot of times we will just if ads are like smaller, we try to edit as much as we can in-house increasingly. Pad and the mouse,
Nice.
so I can just do the entire thing without even using the keyboard.
All about efficiency there. All right. I think like the battle for Paris was delayed there now.
Yes.
With the Italian stack retreating a little bit out of range, seeing that the French still got a lot of stuff to throw against them in terms of resistance. Also heavy on the tanks there.
Not to mention, I don't know.
Nope.
No, it looks like they're moving out of Paris.
Yeah,
Are they ceding Paris, or
Yeah, just
could it be that they've actually now cut off another section of the Italians?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they declare Paris an open city, wanting to prevent any harm coming to it, and just giving it up.
Wow, now that is quite the strategy. But before we go on, follow more of the Franco-Italian War, let's take a look over here in Middle East, where we have we have Turkey heading back down this way towards Morocco, formerly Egypt. Actually, I just realized, is Egypt out of it? No, Egypt has completely moved as far east as they possibly can.
Yeah, well, last couple of rural provinces, but Turkey really,
Plus Mosul
yeah.
and Medina, or as people from Ohio call it, Medina.
Medina, yeah.
I shit you not. It made me so uncomfortable when I visited there.
Yeah, but just to mention a quick thing to our viewers, right? With the submarines there, we can see like a classic tactic of just deploying the submarines, like individual submarines, at specific sea points, just to have them as like observers, right? Like stealth observers that you can't easily run over. If you're newer to the game, it's definitely something you can incorporate into your own gameplay. Submarine, just level 1, not very expensive. You can easily build them, and they really allow you to not be surprised by big naval landings. It's exactly what we can see there from Turkey, building a little picket screen basically around its coasts.
This is intense. This is increasingly heating up. If we go into the coalitions now, we don't see much change, but I feel like this is potentially going to change very soon.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember, one or two of these countries are basically just existing on paper, right? They're not really there anymore. I mean, we got Morocco and Spain really taking most of the of northern Africa.
A tiny bit of Tunisia and like some scattered Egypt, and then this one part of Libya.
Yeah,
I think that may be the last of Libya.
that might just be.
Oh wait, really? Athens is Libya. Athens, Libya, huh?
Crazy. But alright, maybe give it to them. I can see the nice pop-up again. We earned some XP for an operation again.
Oh boy, let's see what we get. Ooh, we get. Are those infantry units?
those are
Indeed,
infantry.
those are.
And what's the other thing? Did we get an armored car?
Yeah, a small
Yes.
armored car.
Alright, that's cool.
And again, our players are using these because again, we want to show these off. We want to show how these can take your strategies to the next level, especially because we here at Bytro are very proud of our new update. Thank you.
Yeah, but really, I mean, I can just share you a bit of info from behind the screens. A lot of people have been passionate about this, just wanting it to come to life, especially the new ways for operations where you can get XP. We really wanted to move quickly away from the first iteration where you can only get some bonuses if you bought something in the store. What we always had it in mind that we want to take this to unlockable content as quickly as possible, and we will definitely expand it in the future as well. And the flame tank really just being the cherry on top there for you as the players to get something new to play around with.
Wow, is it just me or is Finland really just taking
yeah,
a bite
Finland,
out of Sweden?
Yeah, that big fight there in the northern point of the Baltic Sea that decided it, and I think now Sweden is really just putting up resistance, but I think Finland got this.
Now here's something surprising. So the Germans have retaken the rest of the Netherlands, but the AI-controlled Brits are sending more and more towards the Benelux region.
British can never let the Germans have nice things, right?
No.
No, but it's interesting, right? This is especially for France now a bit picky because you got Italian coalition really causing a trouble with that big stack, and the Germans pouncing on it, saying, "All right."
And
cool.
the Italians have taken Paris.
Yeah, still.
Ooh, and the Germans are moving in as well. So the French are now fighting a war at home on two fronts.
You know what? That reminds me. Maybe for the next iteration, we should give a fourth player to every team, and that's just a diplomat to run around and do the diplomacy. Because from personal experience, it's if you never played at that speed, there's so much to control. You hardly have time to do proper diplomacy. Although that's so important in our game.
You know, I think a diplomat could be a great role, especially as we try to develop this further and make it so more and more players can comfortably ease into playing at a competitive level if they like.
For sure.
It's always this balance you have to strike between making things accessible so that new players can hop in and enjoy the game, but also make sure that the strategies are ever evolving and that there's more and more there for more and more hardcore players.
For sure.
Wow, look at that. The last of Greece.
It's that bit of Greece that doesn't let you go, does it? It seems to
No.
be a favorite place on that map.
No, actually, my favorite is the one prize that Morocco went for that they never got. Cuba,
Cuba is still free.
which also for some reason owns the Bahamas. You know, but who knows? Maybe like it looks like the AI controlled Americans might get it. I almost called them South Americans, but I don't think that is quite
That's
correct.
technically not the term. The South and Northern Americans, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe if we had the time, we should have built a navy and make sure Cuba is well and protected.
No, I mean we could. Here, should I try sending a flame tank to Cuba?
No, it's all good. We don't want to. We want to let Cuba live freely, and just do its thing.
Now I will say it's really cool because through this we can actually see that there are 3 types of Americans: North, South, and Michigan. It's very beautiful.
Is it Michigan Americans or just Michiganers?
Michiganers.
Michiganos?
Well, and the thing is, Michigan's like weird because it's split in 2, right?
Yeah.
So you have the people from the mitten where they're like, you ask them where they're from, and they'll actually point their hand out because it's like mitten shaped and point where they live. And then there's the other part, which I've never met anyone from that part.
Right. Let's take another look at what the Russians are doing. I'm really interested in that. I mean, for some reason, the Caucasus seems to have stabilized, right? We saw some big Russian stacks moving somewhere in the Ukrainian heartlands not too long ago, but I'm not sure what happened of that. I mean, all these stacks we see there right now, that's all fresh units. They haven't seen combat. We can again see the railroad guns as the big ranged unit. That really seems to be the matter for these guys, the strategy they want to go for. We see some heavy tanks in the mix, the flame tanks also being spawned. I'm just surprised. I mean, 20, 30 minutes ago, I would have probably bet on Russia, but I'm not so sure. Again, Caucasus stabilizing, Ukraine there, Germany also pushing a bit into the formerly Polish lands. Finland just took a big chunk over there with the update. We can see that. So,
You know, of the entire Russia-Finnish alliance, I feel like we were really, seeing more of the 2 Russias over the Finnish, but the Finnish have really put up a hell of a fight, especially in their conquest of Norway.
for sure. I mean, they probably play a bit of more supportive role. We saw some air units from Finland as well, which probably did a lot of bombing. I wouldn't be surprised. And then again, they won that major battle in the border region of Sweden and Finland, and now just earn the benefits of having won that with probably taking Sweden out. But again, there's just a graveyard of units in France, basically.
Oh God! And look at this, Spain in there as well now fighting. So we have just this entire Italian fight back. Goodness, the Italians have reclaimed so much territory.
Yeah, just
Naples and Rome are still French, as is Genoa, which I was very surprised to see. But so much, but also Spain has moved in a little
It's
bit.
only question of a time before Rome become Italian. It's
So, Blaze J asked in the chat, I have a problem. I don't have the new fire tanks, to which I say, have you checked your operations tab?
Exactly. Quick reminder again, it's not a regular tactical unit, at least not yet. No promises or sneak peeks there, but for now the only way you can get it is by playing operations, and specifically say playing. You participate in them already, you can check your operations tab, and by completing different stages of the operation, you get access to flame tanks in terms of unit cards. Which is also a new feature that was introduced with an update earlier this week. And again, don't worry, even if you get single units of them, feel free to deploy them, play around with them, have some fun with them, give us feedback, and don't worry that they are limited for now. You can get plenty to play around with, yeah, that's how you can get them.
Just look at how many scars there are on the map.
Yeah, for sure.
It is such a battle-scarred map at this point in the game.
Yeah, but that's the mayhem you get at these speeds, right? It happens so fast. It's about these big stacks, and I can tell you, if you are a player and you need to control your units, you need to build your economy, you need to do your research, and at the same time talk to your teammates, devising strategies and all that. It's taxing on you, but it is hella fun to play.
We can see the Spanish, French, Moroccan coalition at work here fighting against the Italians, but I mean, what do they have in the stack? They have between the railway guns and the anti-air units and the tanks and the infantry. I feel like the Italians have really brought their A game to this offensive.
Yeah, for sure. That Italian stack is still going strong. That it pushed into Paris, and now probably that's the Champagne region, if I'm not mistaken, right?
What I think will give them some trouble is once they push towards the west
Yeah.
of France.
For sure. I mean, I would also not expect them to push really. We can see them. I think they're focusing that left French stack with the regular artillery, which is the easier target. Probably trying to take that one out, but at the same time taking fire from that railroad stack itself. And then there's the French reinforcements, as you just have shown to the left again, ready to mop up. So the Italians also need some reinforcement. That Doom stack will not make it for too much longer.
Oh, and here's the next update. More changes in Italy. However, can we talk about how the French are also fighting on a secondary front because they are pushing into Greater Yugoslavia?
Yeah, that's very well done. I mean, occupying the Italian stack, fierce French resistance, and as you sometimes need to do, if your enemy is really too strong at one point, you need to attack from another angle. Just keep them busy and annoy them. And that's exactly what they're doing by fighting Yugoslavia, who is again the ally of Italy and vitally important also to Italy in its fight in France.
Look down here in the Middle East though, because Egypt is still just hanging on for dear life. Cairo, of course, has been Moroccan for a while, but looks like slowly these rural provinces are becoming parts of Turkey. This is just wild to see in real time.
Yeah, it seems like Turkey basically. Well, Turkey in a Caucasus and Ukraine, was it? Was that the coalition Turkey is in?
Here, let's actually look because it seems it's Turkey, Ukraine, and the Caucasus.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's Team BM Fox, and I mean we talked to them for a bit. They were, I think, a bit out of it, but Caucasus stabilized. Ukraine is back on the map, surprisingly.
What I'm really gonna say is I'm really surprised to see, and maybe we should check in with Team 4 soon as well. But I think this might even come down to a Team B and Fox versus the Russo-Finnish alliance.
That might just very well be. I think BM Fox and his team, or rather, I mean, he's the team captain, giving the name to his team, but we heard it before, cannot play today. So giving moral support to his team, watching the stream. If you're watching, and shout out to you, my man. Speedy recovery. But yeah, it seems like they kind of stabilized, and who knows? I wouldn't bet on big offensives into Russia unless Russia is busy elsewhere. But surprisingly, they are still a factor in this game. They cannot be ignored.
Can we look at the Swiss cheese of a situation over here right now?
The Swedish cheese.
Yeah, Swedish cheese. Who are... And now, one thing I do want to mention, everyone's saying, why is no one going for Denmark? And it's because it's small, it's AI controlled, and quite frankly, I don't think there's really much strategic to be gained from it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Germany and Sweden were basically allies, right? So there's no need to take that land. And also, Copenhagen requires you to do a naval invasion, which takes time and, also takes some units away. And we mentioned at the beginning, if you are Germany and that coalition, you need all your units at the fronts because there's just too many of them. Poor Denmark, or rather lucky Denmark, is still on the map.
And as for Greenland up here, as always, there is no data.
Yeah, we technically do not even know if it's there. We've heard rumors that it's a thing, but we'd rather leave them alone.
Oh, you mean like Bielefeld?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What, also, again, it's the land of the Vikings, right? So who would want to invade there?
What I'm really surprised to see as well is Germany has effectively taken over a lot of that early lost Polish land.
Yeah.
Even back into Königsberg.
Yeah, and also in good German spirit, carving a bit out of France there.
Yeah.
Teaming up with Italy. I wouldn't be surprised if Germany and Italy maybe got a deal, knowing that they cannot fight and fend off on all fronts. Maybe trying to split up France between them, or at least giving Germany breathing room for the Russian front, where the Italians take care of their homelands.
BM Fox says in the chat, we resist and bite until the very end.
That's what I like to hear. That's the spirit, right?
So Hardscoper asks, how can other creators join these types of games?
How can you join? I think for this one we reached out to a couple of people. If you are a creator yourself, the best shot would probably be to go to the official Discord for Call of War and there reach out to our community team who organized these. And also like a big shout out there to all you guys if you're watching this now or later. Who did a lot of the organizational part for this, prepared the maps, got the people on board, got all the timings and such. But yeah, reach out to them and just give us a small shout out saying, hey, I would like to participate. My voice cracking there.
That's all good.
I like to participate. Have a small content a section maybe on YouTube with my community dedicated to, and it would be cool if we can participate. And then we will see if we can find a spot for you on the next iteration of these. Of course, if you like them, that is, which would be super cool. I'd be very happy if we can host them more often, because again, it feels like a super nice thing to see, and it's actually very exciting, even if it's too much to observe, to see everything for us at this speed. But yeah.
Ooh, just had another update as well. This is turning into such a fascinating game, especially because do you want to see what Egypt looks like now?
I'm not sure our Egyptian fans will like that, but Turkey basically taking over there and sparking glories of the Ottoman past.
Truly, are we going to? Is Istanbul going to return to Constantinople?
I think there's no way for that. Turkey seems too strong, and I think it will remain Istanbul from now on.
So let's go up. Can we talk about another rebound? I'm very happy to see, which is Ukraine. Very much so holding, dare I say, stabilizing a little.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, it seems that they have a front. They have the ally Caucasus in the back, and we heard it from the team captain BM Fox in the chat, who said that they will fight tooth and nail and resist to the very last. So again, I mean, I wouldn't expect big offensives from them, but they are there. They are a pain in the ass, so to say, for the Russians, who will drain resources and take unit after unit from the Russians, or force like a bit commitment from the Russian team to wipe them out. But then that leaves them vulnerable from other sides. So really, it's a factor there. They're really hindering the Russian team.
Meanwhile, the French are definitely chewing at those games from the Italians, and Paris is French again.
Vive la France.
Vive la France. Do you know what they say in France, right? Oui.
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 We can see two tactical bomber stacks there in Bordeaux. One from Morocco and one from France. They took a heavy beating, but these will come very handy. I mean, we saw 10 anti-air units in the big stack from Italy, which is now gone and wiped off the face of the earth, basically.
This is really proof of how important a good coalition is, because if it was not for the Spanish coming to the French's aid right here, not to mention Morocco in there with the flame tank, yes, this is not an ad, but I will plug it as much as I possibly can because I like the unit.
The unit sprite being very much in the forefront of the rendering order.
I mean, can I really say this is not an ad if we're the devs?
I think, this is a promotional event, maybe we can say. But, technically it's a community event, right? We want to showcase some cool stuff to you, show off a bit of the update.
We're proud of what we've made.
Yeah, and also give you a chance to watch like a full game of Call of War in one evening, I should say, because it's been late for afternoon. But yeah, you just said it. The team play is the deciding factor here. That's personally also what I love about this. It's that, of course, you can play alone, but it's so much more fun if you have allies that you communicate with. And really, we saw the Italian menace stopped only by team play. We got the Moroccan Air Force, we got the Moroccan big stacks, who will probably now march not across the Alps, but around the Alps into the heartland of Italy again. We got the big Air Force who can heal up in the back, setting up France and Spain, and also Morocco up for the late game very well, I think. And again, you got to remember at this speed, with 10 tactical bombers, they can pick off individual units very fast. You let 1 or 2 infantries walk around somewhere, or even a medium tank, you got nothing to protect them from the air force, and these 10 tac bombers will come in and say bye-bye.
Speaking of countries just getting whittled down to nothing, this is all that is left of Sweden.
I'd be surprised if Finland also takes Gotland there. Very memey, a little island in the middle of the Baltic Sea.
A little bit memey, you said?
Yeah. I think our strategy enthusiasts who might play also other PC titles will know of mighty Gotland, who is very hard to take and always resists. Also, just a pain in the ass to take.
Yeah, fair enough. What I'm wondering then is, what is the strategy then? Because all that will be left of that initial alliance of Germany, Sweden, and Poland will be, of course, Germany, which has evolved into Big Germany.
Yeah, it's a German blob right there in the middle of Europe. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if Germany had the time, maybe also from its teammates, to come with some agreement with the Italian coalition. But yeah, they are sitting there in an awkward position, being quite happy probably that the French and the Moroccan armies are not coming for it right now. But yeah, truth be told, Germany alone probably does not have the power to fend off an entire coalition of 3 nations on its own. So it will come down to who will fight Germany, who will want to go for Germany, and if they don't go for it, who will Germany support in the end? Because again, it doesn't have a lot of options. Either you fight the French coalition or you fight the Russian coalition. One of these two will want to go for it probably.
Not to mention, but it seems the French coalition is once again just eaten up most of Italy. Despite that amazing attempt to come back from the Italians, they have just been eaten back away, especially now that the Moroccans have shown up on mainland Europe and taken over Turin.
Sure. Can we take a look at some Moroccan cities to see what they built infrastructure-wise? Because I wouldn't be surprised if we see some high-level factories there.
Sure.
Some industrial
Let's go to
centers.
Fez right now.
Yeah.
So the big thing is that they have a large secret lab installation there.
Level 4 for that optimal production of railroad. Can we click to Casablanca and Rabat again as well?
Yeah.
Just to see what they are building there. Recruitment offenses all over the place, wanting to get that manpower. Surprisingly, no real big industry. I'm surprised about that, I gotta say.
Yeah. Perhaps coalitional luck has really been on their side.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they got a strong position, but they really also knew how to play it. So kudos goes to them in that regard.
Like in any strategy game, it's not just what units you have, but what you make them do.
Yeah, understanding what you have to do to make the best of your position, really, that's the core of it. But yeah, nothing is ever lost. As we can see, Germany fighting on its own, lost another very early, still in this game, big blob.
Look at this absolute doom stack from the communist Russians. So that is intense.
Yeah, we can see the late game stacks rolling up now with a 50-50 rate of infantry and armored units.
I think this is another front line that cannot be underestimated, because we have the Russo-Finnish alliance versus Ukraine and the Caucasus right here, and it's all coalescing around the city of Euronas, which is just intense.
Yeah, Voronezh there really being the staging ground for the Russians. I mean, could you imagine having a nuke right now? That would be like a good target.
So my question for the chat: who are you rooting for right now? What coalition? These are your coalitions right here. I really. I really think it's going to probably come down to the Spanish-Russian-Moroccan alliance and the Russo-Finnish alliance, and perhaps maybe the BM Fox alliance.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'd love to see Germany make it firmly into the late game, but with Sweden having just barely expanded, all while losing the little island here, I just. Ooh, that's going to be tough to defend.
poor Gotland being gone. But I agree with you. I mean,
More like Gonland, am I right?
yeah, nice one. No, but I completely agree. I mean, the showdown will be Team Russia against Team France. There's no doubt about it. They have the strongest positions. They have the biggest stacks, and I would personally be very happy to see Team BM Fox holding out until the very end in some way. That would be my winner of hearts. Germany is still a wild card a bit, but yeah. I mean, it's hard to call. The Moroccan army is squeaky clean, super fresh, all at full HP. They are.
Look
far
at this
away.
absolute goddamn unit.
Yeah, even more reinforcements they're coming up. They're just pumping them out.
I am impressed. I am just so. Maybe impressed isn't the right word, but I'm just amazed at how intense this is getting here as we enter into the late game. So my question is, what's going to be the next push? I see the Germans making a push right here towards the railguns, but will it be enough? I mean, there's even more coming.
Yeah, they will just bounce off of that if they even get to it, depending on how much railroads there are. Just a bunch of armored cars. I'm surprised. Can we take a look at the other German stacks? What Germany got there?
Sure,
Let's
let's take a look around here. First off, we have a flame tank stack right here.
Yeah, a couple with some infantry units at the French. Oh, well, the French.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that French stack is nasty.
Yeah, that's staying in Paris. Paris is not gonna be unfrenched anytime soon.
Though I think we should also take a. By the way, the next break is in 5 minutes for the players, so we'll probably hop in with Team 4 if that's cool with them. But we have Berlin here, very firmly defended, but also a small railgun stack just over here.
Yeah. Oh, interestingly, there's something going north from Germany. Maybe it's time for Denmark to.
Is it time for Denmark? I mean, if they don't have the Swedes they can firmly rely on, it might be time to take Denmark and just.
Yeah, just secure what you can. There's a little bit of buffer zone. But again, I mean, the Germans not really committing to a front there, but we can see the stack around Berlin. They do have some stuff that's a solid 40-50 units just there. That someone will have to fight off and erase. Just a question who it will be. Because again, I mean, if the Russians run a stack into that, they will be able to defeat this, but at what cost and what are the implications? Because if you lose 20-30 units to that German stack, and then there's the big Morocco-French Spanish doom looming on the other side of the map, then you would be very happy to still have those units.
This is so intense. I am surprised to see there are a couple of AI nations I'm still interested to see standing. First off, the British Isles, untouched. The one that's most surprising me is Portugal.
For sure. I think you had that as a one of the first nations to be wiped off, right?
Yeah, and it's still just untouched. And then also Switzerland and Austria have remained truly neutral.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised about the Swiss, but the Austrians, I am. Usually they're very involved in these types of things.
Yep. Austria being my pick for something Germany will just gobble up and then integrate into its realms, if not Italy. But
I was going to say it's the best way towards Italy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and there's also the line between these two coalitions, basically, right? But that could have also been a reason. I mean, if Germany doesn't want to fight Italy and Yugoslavia and vice versa, they just keep that as a neutral DMZ, basically.
A buffer state.
Exactly. And then it serves its purpose. So that might actually been an agreement that was been made in the background. That wouldn't be surprising.
I have a question. Is Michigan just a buffer state between the northern U.S. and Canada?
It's because the U.S. is afraid of Canada.
Yeah.
They probably demilitarized that.
Of course. Having to demilitarize Detroit, that makes sense.
Agreed. I'm not sure if you can, though. I mean, that calls for like a major military operation.
RoboCop, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's send in Judge Dredd and just be done with it.
Oh, God. The city formerly known as Detroit.
I like it.
So, let's take a look here because we have some intense movements going on across the Mediterranean. It looks like the Italians are fighting back, but who knows? We might be entering the end game for the Italians, especially just look at how the French have absolutely pushed across them with their alliance.
Yeah.
I mean, I say the French, but the Moroccans and the Spanish have just done so much of the work, and all that's left is half an island and a little more rural province.
Yeah, I feel like the French bled and died for this, for their heartland, and really the Moroccans and Spanish then coming to their aid, making a sacrifice all the more worthwhile.
And yet, at the cost of losing several territories to the Germans, who they are only now fighting back against. And even, I stand corrected.
Yeah,
They have indeed successfully fought back
Free France.
fought back against them. There we go.
English sometimes hard, especially when you are talking this much on the fly.
And the worst part is I'm a native speaker.
Tell me all about it. I ain't, but it's sometimes it gets tricky, especially if you're struggling for a specific word. But yeah, a free France, I think, to me only a question of time. I cannot see that big Paris doomstack there staying there indefinitely and accepting that the Germans just drive some armored cars or medium tanks around there in northern France for too much longer.
Do you think that we're going to see a Franco-German battleground?
We might very well be. I mean, I think it's undebatable that the Moroccans will wipe up Yugoslavia in the next couple of days. It's just too strong. They have the Air Force backup there in the Balkans. They have the big stacks there. And then, who knows? If Germany can be ignored, I think the French would be happy about that. And if Germany is actively making a case for them to go for it, then I cannot see a way around it. I mean, look at the map right now. Germany is pretty much wide open. There's not a lot that could resist.
Team 4 seems to just want private now, so let's just keep commentating as we go into the pause.
That's completely fine.
Yeah, that's completely valid. What I am very surprised to see is just how much things have shifted. We've got more operational stuff. Yeah, let's claim that.
Yeah, we got 4 out of 5 rewards with another flame tank, and we got an AT gun there. Seems like somebody thought about what units make sense to hand out together.
Yes. Like a lot of thought and hard work has been put into that. This is so very intense here.
Yeah, I think the fight for the Middle East pretty much over, right? Turkey securing some ground.
Yes, a little bit of the Caucasus left, which is it should be fine. Let's go look at the state of the current alliances. Wow. So we have
Libya, the last standing.
The last stand from Team Slyfox, Libya, and this is where is Libya? What is left of Libya? Guys, there's other nations.
Wasn't it Athens? Isn't Athens still the last?
Someone says, there are other nations to attack besides Yugoslavia. Where is Libya?
It's in Athens. I think that's the last. That's the last bit of Libyan ground that they took at some point.
Wow, look at that. Driven out of Africa, and all that's left is Libya. That is brutal. Meanwhile, with the Finnish and the Polish gone, Germany is having to hold their ground. This means we're going to come basically into a 4-way game, plus the Germans. I'm sorry, Libya. I'm sorry. I don't know if y'all can come back.
The impact of the Libyan resistance probably not going to be that big anymore.
But, of course, we have the Franco-Spanish-Moroccan alliance versus the Russo-Finnish alliance versus Italy, Yugoslavia, and Romania, who are very much so holding on, though they seem to be the big ones getting invaded right now. And, of course, we got to talk about BM Fox's alliance, which has just really solidified a hold of the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta hand it to them. We already saw them out of the game more or less. Besides Turkey, already have written them off more or less, and I feel like they are the major reason why we didn't see the Russian Empire spanning into Germany and parts of the Balkans by now, really being how do you call it, like a sore thumb, right? Or is it
Yeah,
like an
yeah,
huge
like a
annoyance?
pain in the ass.
A pain in the ass. I was looking for a way not to say that. Like really being a pain in the ass towards them, just requiring their attention and requiring units being invested into that front.
I mean, and I'm just looking at this here where we have Spain, France, and Italy right here versus, or sorry, Spain, France, and Morocco versus Italy and Yugoslavia and it's and Romania, and it's just Romania is definitely really holding on, but not only have they chewed through most of Italy, but they are also starting to really take a bite out of Yugoslavia as well.
Yep, we can see the big.
Not only
stacks there.
that, but I mean, I think it's fair to say the war in Africa is over at this moment.
Yeah, there is no question that Morocco and Spain control that, and there will probably be no one wrestling that away from them.
Someone hopped in the chat and said we should drink the water, so prost.
All right, cheers there.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Here, I also have a Fritz limo. What if I
I was
just?
about to say I just not show the emblem. Right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure
well,
if
I'm like we aren't sponsored. We just like to drink. Just. No, I don't like that watered down.
Yeah. Also weird to double barrel 2 glass bottles, right?
I've done it before.
Fair.
Uni, a different
Alright.
time.
Are we in the break? Yes, we are, right?
We are firmly in the break. We have been in the break for about 3 minutes now.
All right. I would also then take a quick break and be right back with you in 2 minutes, but I also need to grab something else to drink.
Yes, well, in the meantime, let me shift to my secondary camera view, and let me focus a bit. So tell me, chat, how y'all been? How's it going? How's life? Honestly, I think this is a rather nice look for me. I might wear this in my day-to-day life. The delay especially, I think, really brings it all together. But maybe the pickle hat would be a bit better. Really, really drive home the vibe. So, y'all come here often? I'm just filling the space. So I'm really surprised at how dramatically everything shifts round to round. If we look here, I know there was a bit of fighting around Tunisia for a bit, and that's pretty much completely stopped with everything around it getting taken over by the Moroccans and the Spanish. It's just absolutely wild. What I'm also curious to see is if there's any push at all east, or if we're past the phase of pure conquering and truly towards full-scale war. Wild to see. Look at all these railguns coming down. That is gorgeous. I'm just happy to be here. Honestly, you know what? I'm happy to be here too. I just realized I have it on the me view, but yeah. Are you the developer of the game? No, I mean, we don't have a singular developer. I love how the flower necklace matches the background. Thank you.
I like that it still has the tag on it.
I know, me too. I mean, where did we get this flying tiger? Or
I
paper
think so.
tiger? What's it called?
I think Flying Tiger.
Is it? Here, let's read where it's from. We aren't sponsored. I just like it.
We got it for Pride, so.
Yeah. Only had to refresh a couple of times. The fighting is intense. Yeah. It's been fantastic. Put on the pickle helmet. Okay, I can do it. I'll put on the pickle helmet. Boom. Yeah. How are we looking now? This a little better? Of course, very intentionally on a little sideways. It's an aesthetic choice. But no, we have a full-on dev team at Bytro. There's 90 some odd of us now. I actually work in ad production, so I'm quite literally everything you see advertiser-wise. I'm producer and all that. It's a creative role, which I know is a bit farther from pure development, but I enjoy what I do, and I like being creative. Stop asking for a non-aggression pact. Yeah, if anything, I want a pro-aggression pact. You know, I want people to be more aggressive. Just look at this little bit of Yugoslavia. So, yeah. We're going to get back into the gameplay shortly. I'm just waiting on Marvin to return. Marvin and I both work at Bytro. We're just on a very short break right now before we get back into the gameplay proper. So, yeah. Are there any questions about Bytro or about our games from the chat in the meantime that I can answer? Because even though I'm in a creative role, I'm still very involved with everything game side. Hey, Hey, Marvin, you want to trade hats?
Sure.
Cool. Matches with the glasses, doesn't it? Thank you. I feel like I'm a real trendsetter here. You know, with this beautiful stylist. Actually,
I
no.
feel like a complete idiot with this hat.
I feel like it looks better on you than it does on me. So,
I figured out I'm not a hat guy, probably.
Oh, it's okay. I'm not big on hats. So, yeah. So, personally, I'm betting on Cuba for this round.
Maybe we should give awards for specific performances of the match, right?
Yeah.
Cuba for being the country that remained the most free.
Country I'm most surprised no one invaded goes to Portugal.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't really know why Spain didn't take that, but also Spain is doing very well, so clearly Spain had a plan and had a reason.
Yeah. Not only that, but I love how there's still. I love how Switzerland's just taken a big random chunk out of. I'm like, so much for being neutral, huh? Someone asked, will we make militia stronger?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't think militia is doing bad right now. I mean, they serve a specific purpose. Very cheap to build. Quite good on the defensive.
Ooh, and we're off again.
All right. I feel like this will probably be the big push. There's just big stacks left. Building some critical mass.
Oh, here's some Bytro lore, and this is a game actually. Someone's asking about what was it, New World Empires?
Yeah.
Someone's BM Fox actually. There was a Bytro game from the expiration period I really like, or sorry, I never had a chance to try. Why was it removed? And that was one I really liked, I should say.
Yeah, I think. I mean, the bad news is it's not around anymore. The good news is it doesn't mean that it's completely dead. We might see that back sometime in the future, but I can't give details. They also don't know all the details. But it basically was removed because, simply the player base got too small at some point. Most everyone migrated to Supremacy and Cow, and then we don't want to provide or offer like a product that doesn't have the greatest experience, because if you always just find like half full matches and the player base gets too small, it's just not a great experience. And then at some points we have to be professional enough to say we put in a plug on that one.
That said, as always, if these are things y'all want to see, message us, because if we feel like there's demand, and that can always, I can't guarantee anything, but you know, it really does, you know, help a lot when people say sending messages to Bytro through our emails or socials and whatnot and say, hey, we want X, or hey, Y would be really cool. Because even if nothing comes from that, we do see that.
Yeah, at least we hear you, right, and we know what your opinions are.
Speaking of people hearing us, look what country is finally getting taken over by the Germans.
Yeah, Germans taking a bit of spite there and not leaving Denmark alone. Deciding now's the time to create a bit of a buffer there.
Wow, battleground Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, but you can also see the Finnish Air Force active there already over Denmark. Probably, I would assume that it's actually on patrol.
Yeah.
So not attacking anyone, but keeping an eye out with naval bombers on what Germany might be doing. And if they are at war, then also taking down. Sorry, I just drank some water. Taking down this German stack, which now has to leave the island and is in that state, then quite vulnerable to these naval bombers.
So someone also asks, is that a question we are allowed to answer?
Which question?
I'm like, are we allowed to talk financials?
Do you guys make a profit? Yes, we are a company and we do make a profit.
Okay.
We are not drowning in millions of dollars, but we are very well able to support a company of about 90 people, which I think that's as good as an answer as I can get. But I'm also not sitting in the financial department. I just tell you that we are not at risk of shutting down anytime soon.
No, like I can't give you exact numbers or anything, but yeah, I also agree. A great way to make suggestions is Discord, but we are thriving.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's no secret that the games industry has pretty much boomed during the Corona times. That was the same for us. I mean, we benefit from that. That really gave us a boost and a way to invest further, grow the company, and it seems to be working out quite well so far.
Also, someone says, Cal Classic was really popular. I really prefer to play 2.0. However, it'd be fun to play Classic as an event. Any chance of that ever happening?
I cannot completely rule it out, but the problem there is really that Classic means that's a lot of old code that we didn't keep around, right? Because we don't plan to roll back for an update, and that's like a major investment that would be needed to basically roll back a lot of content just for specific events. So it technically it's not impossible, but it's just like very unlikely because of how much work it would be. And then as a company we need to be realistic about, hey, would we rather bring back Cow Classic for an event and that takes us like a month to develop, or would we rather spend the time on improving the game that all the people already play right now, and make that better? And then it's a hard case to make as to why to invest so much into one specific thing, right? We'd rather make the whole experience better for all of you than to invest major resources into that into one specific thing, even if it would be cool.
Very well said. Ooh, Ukraine being whittled down again, and look at Italy. Look at how little is left.
That's the last of the Roman Empire there. We can see the big.
Ooh, and Denmark fighting back.
Funnily enough, the Danish AI not ready to accept the bullshittery from Germany there.
And more British bullshit in the Benelux.
I can see the thoughts of Germany there, seeing that the AI is so valiantly fighting back. But yeah, we can see the big stacks moving there on the German-French front now.
We got a question. Will we see more events like this in the future? And yes, already I could say there are talks, so it depends on how planning goes. Knock on wood. For one in December, which would be a charity event, though that one's not set in stone. The only one that it is for sure happening is that we will be doing another summer charity event again next June, because this year's one was very popular.
Yeah, I mean, I think you took major part in it, right? The one for Iron Order.
The one for Iron Order was my baby. That was my personal project that became just, Yeah, and
that's also, I think, as you said, quite a nice occasions, right? Bytro always has been very active and open towards giving to charity whenever there's some stuff going on. I mean, we had when the situation broke out in Ukraine, we donated. With the Turkey earthquake, we regularly donate to War Child and all that. So these if streams like this, if you like them, if it's fun content for you and you get something out of it, and that motivates you to participate into some charity, or like spending some money and giving it to a charity that we pick out for you, or we can collectively spend. That's all the cooler, right? And then we can really like mobilize the community and all do one good thing together, all while having fun. The quintessence is if you like it and this is like content you want to see, that just makes it easier for us to make the call to provide it more often. So leave us some feedback if you like it. That would be very cool. I mean, I can certainly say I enjoy it. It's a cool little thing.
I think it's really fun.
Yes, it is. And also you got to think of, and then we go back to the game. If we see that you like it, there's value for you as a community, then we can also like make this a bit more professional with the next iteration, right? And then improve bit by bit the more often we do this. And then, I mean, really, who knows where we can take it? Maybe bigger rounds, more organization. I already have plenty of ideas what we could do, and I'd love if you guys perceive that as a cool thing.
One other question is plans to further improve operations.
Yeah, most definitely. I can probably give you a little sneak peek there. Nothing concrete, but you know that stats, especially profile stats, they gave us a lot of trouble in the past. We have invested quite a bit of our time to improve them. And once we get them to a point where they update almost in real time, then it might be that you see a lot more operations that revolve about killing stuff. So that might be very cool.
Yes. I'm just looking up here. The Russo-Finnish alliance is just so intense, and I almost wonder if we've seen like some kind of a demilitarized boundary being formed between these two alliances.
The Caucasus, yeah, might be. Who knows? I mean, the Caucasus seems to be holding steadfast there, but then again, its Ukrainian ally has now been wiped out. At the same time, we see Greater Romania pushing north towards the Balkan, not the Balkan state, the Baltic states.
Indeed, Vilnius is now actually Romanian.
Who would have thought that would happen in that game?
Ooh,
still?
and by the way, someone asked about flame animation earlier, and there you go.
Yeah, some stuff already displaying. I think there are plans to change it up a bit still. It might be a bit of a placeholder for now. But yeah, the particle effects I think really added also to the game. We did the map rework last year, and we get the particle effects to make it all look a bit more shiny. I think it does come together quite well. I love it.
What I'm surprised to see is just wow, things are really heating up. I think, I really didn't have any bets on the Romanian alliance, but I think they're really coming back full force.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, even though Italy has ironically been driven out of a lot of Italy, they've kind of done a reverse Roman Empire and
going for the Byzantine. Also, Yugoslavia is still in the game. They lost quite a bit of ground earlier. It seems to have recovered quite well.
Not only that, but they seem to be fighting back against this little bit of Morocco right here.
Yeah, it seems like where did all the Moroccan stacks go? I mean, where they moved to Germany maybe in the front?
Well, it looks like they still have some here. Indeed, they have some in Fez that seem to be guarding there. I wonder if there's any worries about them losing that territory, though. Of course, in order for anyone to get to Fez, they would have to get around Spain and France first. That could really explain why no one's gone for Portugal, because if AI Portugal tries anything, they're pretty much dead on sight.
Yeah, but I gotta be honest, Morocco should really move these units up. I mean, there's no point in keeping 20, 30 units to defend your capital. All you need is a couple of submarines, one naval stack basically, and you're safe, so you can spot it. And I think especially also these tactical bombers, they would really be needed at the front now to push the advantage, unless they want to heal them if they weren't fresh. But that stack in the capital, that should move to the front.
No, I absolutely agree. I just realized a little Discord thing I had set up to show who's speaking was originally supposed to display the teams as well, and for some reason it's not. I do apologize for that. That is the one technical hiccup we've had. Which, honestly, if that's the worst we're having hiccup-wise, I think this is a very good night.
Yeah, I mean, it leads us to stuff to improve, right? I think a better team overview, maybe also a little display that we can do at the beginning or somewhere on screen to allow people to keep track.
Or at least the coalition view.
Exactly, just a little bit of that somewhere. But hey, I think it's always a nice thing if you see things to improve. because that means you can do stuff better. And if it's already fun now, then it can just be better later, which is never the worst thing.
Yes. Wow. I'm just looking at Sly Fox. From the chat, I'm really amazed at how well Germany is holding on. Germany is holding on for dear life, but well, I don't know if they're expanding. Is it really for dear life?
I mean, we can see France taking the Benelux there now. I think,
But
Germany,
also, just look at how empty it is from
Yeah.
the south and center.
exactly, they're just spread far and wide. Really can't cover all their fronts. And again, I mean, it's one country, Germany, a super valiant fight so far, not giving up despite losing Poland early, then also losing Sweden now. But if that big French, Moroccan, Spanish alliance comes knocking, I think the German doors will be wide open sooner than later.
Indeed, we can already see some of that there. The bit that Switzerland took over has been pushed back by the French. And now the French, even though Paris is now German, they are actually pushing back into Strasbourg. And I'm wondering if they're going to push into Germany or at least up into the former Benelux, or should I say the UK.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, France seemed to have had control over that. I'm not sure if we missed something with the latest tick, with the German stack actually being quite strong there near Alsace-Lorraine, pushing into the Champagne area. Maybe just wants to go out with a bottle pop.
Yeah, a bang.
Yeah. So it also looks like some reinforcements are pulled from Berlin to the southern front there.
I'm curious to see what's going on with Morocco, though, because it seems like they're moving this unit here all the way across the north of Africa.
Yeah, maybe just some garrison units to prevent some shenanigans by the Turkish.
Indeed, I wonder if there
knows?
is anything. I mean, we have
Oh, actually-
Spain here.
Yeah, actually, Spain
Right,
going,
a border between Spain and Turkey. Now, isn't that a sight?
yeah, Spain going with a naval invader, just one unit. Maybe might have spotted that the Turkish southern front is basically unguarded and thinking, hey man, free real estate, I'll take it.
Oh, and I think you are right, because now Gaza has become Spanish. A bit like it's often difficult to have an overview of the diplomatic situation, big map. Have a coalition view of different colors per coalition.
Yeah,
I would really like to see that as well.
yep.
And these are all ideas that I think nothing says in the future we can't consider doing them.
No, especially like some map filters shouldn't take too long.
Ooh, wow. Half of Switzerland is now Spanish. In fact, I think there's only 2 provinces left of Switzerland. Granted, one is Zurich, but
Yeah, the days of the neutral country is really over. We'll take a bet if Portugal makes it.
I really am counting on Portugal making it along with Cuba. Like Portugal, Michigan, and Cuba. That truly the
Iceland.
strongest alliance out there.
Iceland would probably also make it, right?
BM Fox says, too bad I couldn't play. It looks like a really good map. You know what? That's more the reason to do this again sometime.
Agreed.
Goodness. Just looking how everything's solidified on the east and the south. Europe has become, especially Central Europe, has really become the battleground here.
Mm-hmm.
And then here it is, though. Here's what's left of Yugoslavia. No, here it is. Is there anything left of Ukraine? Yes. Wow.
One tiny bit.
One Ukrainian province left.
Romania might gobble that up. But yes, to be fair, I mean, I'm a bit surprised Romania was able to expand so far into the Russian-controlled area.
Oh, wow. And then AI-controlled Lithuania is pushed in. Now there's a weird little exclave of Lithuania in between Germany and Greater Romania. Do you remember when all of this was Russian earlier on?
Yeah. Really, communist Russia being pushed back, but I mean, a bit with a bad touch expanding into Ukrainian lands.
Like, I know communist Russia's extended all the way to the sea here, but I'm really wondering if we're about to see them get cut in two.
Yeah, I mean they got the backing from the Russian Empire, right, in their back. But I'm not sure what Romania can muster. I would love to know what the diplomacy is between the countries. Do they have any? Because it seems like, especially the to use the name, the BM Fox Alliance, right, with the Caucasus and Turkey. Not out of the game, but also not really in a position to try and push for a win, I would argue, against the Russians. And then Greater Romania being there with Yugo, like in between, and Germany. All these countries being between the big two coalitions that are kind of they are in a position to take it home. I'm surprised, or I'm curious if there will be really like a big push, or if someone can mobilize a third party to take part in their big push for an alliance.
Actually, we heard, so update from Sly Fox. So they've all logged off because this is all that's left of their alliance, just Libya. And it was really fun, but we all got whittled down. Yeah, y'all really were stuck in the middle there. That was a very difficult spot, and though this is all that's left, y'all really did fight valiantly there. And I think, everyone today has been playing. I think it's fair to say everyone here today has really brought their A game.
For sure. I mean, again, the geographical location, we mentioned it from the start, and you said it as well. It's tougher for some than it is for others. It's a bit unfortunate if you get targeted from both sides by coordinated coalitions. You got your battle cut out for you. But a valiant effort, and Athens shall remain Team Sly Fox.
Yes, until it gets down to a few players, and I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised to get at points. Someone's like, "What? Why hasn't the game ended yet?" Oh, right. Look at this right here between the now firmly between the Germans and the French.
Yeah,
and all that's left of Switzerland, the city state of Switzerland now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the French alliance.
Ooh, and war in Austria. Hello, computer-controlled Austria. Clearly sick of staying neutral.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the French alliance is getting into position with the conquest of Switzerland to really not encircle, but surround Germany on the western front a bit. And now the Moroccan reinforcements also rolling in, finally mobilizing that big stack. That will enable another push. We can see a French stack that moved towards Paris, or will be moving towards Paris not too long ago, somewhere from the middle French areas, and then all the stuff happening around the Alps.
It's really interesting to see how many times Paris has changed hands as well.
Uh-huh.
I mean, going from French to Italian to I think Spanish at one point, back to the then to the Germans, and now back to the French.
again.
It's just intense to see. What I also think is interesting is Germany's clearly spread a little thin still, but I'm starting to see at least a few more units going into the heartland.
Yeah, as you said, Germany moving around forces. They do have some significant units still.
Ooh, Spain taking over Austria as we speak.
As Spain naturally does in any game, right?
Oh, of course, as you do.
You can see the French Air Force there with the tactical bombers now flying into Germany. They are on patrol, probably a bit to the airplane doing the North Sea.
Yeah.
They're probably on patrol there, trying to whittle down that single medium tank. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we now see the decisive push. There's the French stack from Paris going after that German artillery stack. Will not be able to provide resistance against those, 30 units.
Yeah, that is just so intense. I mean, as we zoom out over Europe, it is really, we're seeing so many large consolidations here. Mm-hmm. One thing I want to just mention, which I find really surprising, though, is mainland Spain is pretty much pristine.
Yeah, untouched.
Agreed.
So the Spanish nationals probably very happy, or not nationals, the Spanish natives very happy about the flourishing country who is so victorious on the battlefield.
And yet, still no Gibraltar.
Surprising, right? You would assume Spain goes for that right away.
Like even if they don't fight all out with AI UK, you know,
Yeah,
Gibraltar.
but that's actually a good point, right? That it's a smart move because
Yeah.
they want to make the AI go towards them and mobilize all the units they build up. So actually, smart play there again, but again we have experienced players. So at first glance it might seem obvious, but there's very good strategic reason as to why not take that little thing. Very little benefit and potentially big downsides.
Zurich is now, excuse me, officially Spanish. News so shocking it nearly killed me.
Yeah, the Spanish stack rolling there. The Moroccans getting ready. The big Moroccan stack from Morocco also. You can see the movement order there rolling towards Turin slowly, probably. And I think the Germans reversed their move orders, now moving that stack that was going towards Russia back towards the Western Front, because that French stack is rolling in.
Meanwhile, Greater Romania has been propelled away from Lithuania a bit, though that Lithuanian exclave remains, along with now an exclave of Finland, and surrounded by their allies on two sides, and oddly to the east by Greater Romania. Really an incredibly intense game. What I'm really surprised to see as well is just how solidified things are here in Turkey. Now, the Caucasus are unfortunately, I think, about to get gobbled up, except for, of course, this province surrounded by their partner. But yeah, it's also crazy to see that one of their allies has now been whittled down. So only half of the teams have all three of their starting members now.
Mm-hmm.
This has really become quite intense. Also, we have really fallen into the sports commentator vibe, haven't we?
That might be, but I think it's a competitive event, right? So how can you not?
Yes, absolutely. How can you not? It is incredible.
We see the Caucasus now, as you just mentioned, probably being cleaned off, more or less. There's still one big stack there.
There is of 25, but there's what I'm assuming are going to merge into one stack plus a stack of what is that? Oh God, is that? Yeah, that one is just going to be bloodbath.
Almost 90 units, although they're maybe at 60% HP. The railroad meta going strong there for the Russians, bringing the big siege guns, and then we'll probably see a big artillery duel. I'm surprised, or I will be not surprised, but I'm looking forward to what they will do. Maybe split off another stack there to go into close quarters combat, if they can, with that Lithuanian stack, all the while bombarding them from range.
So, speaking of which, for the comment who just said, I know this is just a video comment, but I wonder if we can get developers to add switching doctrines. You know, I don't think there's any current plans, but we do see your comment and we do read it. Ooh, and that's another bit of the Caucasus just shaved off.
Yeah, going for the bombardment there. Caucasus retreating. Seeing maybe if the Turkish allies can do something. We can see quite a lot of air units moving in there towards that Russian stack, but seems to be mainly be interceptors or on patrol actually, so they're not attacking there.
Yeah, this is going to be really intense to see.
Mm-hmm. Also, back to that comment. For now, there's no big plans to be able for you to freely change the doctrine of a country. For historical sakes, I mean, we don't want to see a weird mix where you have a communist France with a historical leader who would not be that. But it's also not ruled out. I mean, we have internally discussed it. I think you can disclose
I
this.
think it could be funny.
Yeah, I mean, it of some way of letting players influence the doctrine. So you might see it at some point, maybe in specific game modes only, not on every map, but it could be a possibility.
What I'm really curious to see as well is, the UK once again making that push into the Benelux.
Yeah, I think the UK...
They really want that.
The UK now officially also, I think, allied us because we are Canada. You can see it popping to green because we have
They are.
been a very pacifist player nation. With
I
the
just
Canadians.
realized, even though we're in admin view, since we're based there, is someone going to have to come invade us at then?
No, it's all good. I mean, the victory will be declared either if someone takes the required amount of victory points, which is well within reach in Europe. So no one will have to take us out of the game.
Well, we aren't doing blackout rules.
They will be able to finish without harming poor Canada. Now
Oh, no,
everything
Canada
Germany
deserves
has
it.
moving towards the Western Front, wanting to stop the French menace.
Like, this is... It looks like we're about to see some real battles in Cologne.
Mm-hmm. French, you can imagine looking for a way to cross the Rhine there, right? Historically looking at Cologne with a couple of bridges, wanting to
Ooh,
make it historical.
and the French have now conquered Brussels, cutting off part of Germany, who are now fighting the British on another front. And it looks like Cologne really is going to be a major point here. Things are... How it seems like Germany's really going to put all their cards towards fighting off the French right now.
Yeah, probably committed to that. And again, that will not stop the French alliance, but it will harm them. It will cost them units and HP, which they will desperately want to keep together and lose as few as possible for the inevitable clash with the Russian juggernaut, I would assume.
And if we go over here now, we can see just how much of a Swiss cheese they've made of Eastern Europe. I mean, we have the Russians, we have the Finnish, we have just little slivers of Yugoslavia, we have Greater Romania, all here with Lithuania and Latvia and, of course, Germany. I think we might see a return of the Russo-German fights, depending how the Russians take advantage of this opportunity with them being preoccupied by the French. Over here in the Middle East, though, it really looks like things are heating up in the Caucasus. I mean,
The battle for the Caucasus, the final battle being on.
this is the final big battle for Tbilisi.
Yeah, you can see there the Caucasus having built some fortresses to protect their units for what is basically their last stand. And while I think they will not come out victorious of it, they will for sure harm the Russians. And there you can see we've finished our last step for Operation Stronghold now, having claimed all the rewards, and I think it should be day 10.
We are on day 14.
Day 14, all right. Giving us the last two flame tanks from that operation, which we could now theoretically use if we want to make some barbecue on the battlefield.
Yum. What we have our last break coming up soon, so whether the game is won or time's out, we'll see. But I think this is going to wrap up.
Yeah.
We're definitely in the end game now.
Yes. Maybe we can incentivize even... let's see how the state of the game is when we go into the pause. I would for sure love to see one big clash of all the remaining stacks and they really duel it out somewhere in
Me
no
too.
man's land.
I mean, I'm surprised that little bit of Sly Fox is still holding on, though. But, things are really going to come to a head soon, aren't they?
For sure. There's no way around it. I mean, our two big coalitions that are poised for winning probably can prepare a bit more, maybe use 1 or 2 days to heal up their units after they're done with the mop-up operations. I mean, France, not really close to mopping up Germany, still has a major fight ahead of it, but...
Well, I don't know. France is now looking a bit more like France now.
Yeah, I mean, it has Alsace-Lorraine and a bit of the Benelux.
Yeah, and then, oddly enough, the UK that really wants that bit of Belgium. But, yeah, I mean, it's full-on battles in Luxembourg. However, the Germans have repelled them from Cologne, sending in several flame tanks along with their railway guns.
Yeah, really has to watch out that it has its anti-air cover somewhere. You can only see one interceptor from Germany there. But we do frequently see the Moroccan and even the French Air Force flying in there in the south, near what was formerly probably Switzerland, right?
Ooh, and just look at this absolute buildup of French, Moroccan, and Spanish troops right here. This
Yeah.
is just.
You can see 18 units in the French Air Force there. The Spanish also driving in due to a lack of range in the air. Another 10 units, 10 aircraft, and we have more in the air in southern Germany somewhere. That for sure is a problem because once you get that critical mass of airplanes and you don't have the interceptors to cover them in the air or like intercept them, and you don't have the anti-air units on the ground, that can quickly spell doom for even the largest stacks you have because they are simply more or less defenseless.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is intense. To call it anything but would to be understating it. Where I really think we're going to start seeing some battles is I think that Germany is going to become the battleground going forward.
For sure, I mean, it's already looming on the horizon that there will be Russian forces moving in.
Once we're, of course, past the battles in Tbilisi.
Yeah, that's really down to a mop-up operation now. There's some last resistance by the Turkish allies, but that Russian stack of doom already at almost 100 units, really unstoppable. I mean, you don't have the Turkish alliance doesn't have the manpower really to do anything against that, and I think their back has been broken, so to say, in the last stand at the Caucasus. Although it was a very valiant last stand, it has to be said.
I've got to be honest that the way that the Turkish alliance has held out has just been so impressive to see because they really solidified, and though they weren't in the most opportune position, they've truly held on.
Oh yeah, definitely the award for the most stalwart alliance who really didn't give up.
Oh, however, there is one. Turkey is making one push though, and it makes sense. They're going for Libya.
Not wanting to give the Libyans the little bit of enclave there, or rather refuge.
No, not they see that they're starting to get backed into a corner, but they want to take the win they can, and that could actually be very, very beneficial for them.
Maybe also looking for a bit of a refugee themselves, right? Securing yourself on a
And a little maybe making Athens the place you go to seek yourself, to save yourself. What I'm surprised is that the Greeks were kicked out of Athens, and now they only have Patra right here. That is all that is left of Greece. Wait, no, I spoke. They also have this island down here. So you have like a couple of islands and a rural province.
I think some Greeks will be fine with having these nice islands. I mean, especially Crete,
Yeah.
not the worst place to be in the Mediterranean.
No, but just from where they were at the beginning of the game to here.
Yeah, poor Greece.
What I'm also really surprised to see is Finland just really crushing down Greater Romania.
Oh yeah, for sure, coming in clutch there with their big stack. Although that has suffered a lot, and Romania seems to have the advantage, at least in that area. But also Yugo,
That one Yugoslav exclave really being held by those railway guns, which
yeah,
can't really blame them.
no, that's a big healthy stack there still. I mean, that takes some effort to be wiped off.
Speaking of railway guns, though, this one from the Finnish just ooh. Someone asked, I'm wondering how y'all would react on one such a Discord server guy asked, so with the updated flame tank, I'm angry. No, for the type of unit that adds variety. I don't think I quite understand what he's saying.
With update of flame tank, I'm angry. No for the type of unit that adds variety. I'm also honestly not quite sure what that means. I mean, you're not happy with it, but I don't understand the reason. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a wording thing. We are receptive to criticism, but I unfortunately am just not quite understanding the wording. Look at this. Wow, is Athens still holding out?
How's it going in the Caucasus? That's done for, right? I mean,
No, it's still going. The battle for Tbilisi is still on with a singular
no, that's
flame
actually
tank.
a
Oh
mud
no,
attack.
that's Russian. Well,
Yeah, I would really be surprised if that stack of the Russian Empire will now mop up Turkey and just takes all of it, or if they will send that westward to face off the other coalition. I mean, both options would be viable, but for sure you don't need 100 units to take care of Turkey down there anymore. That would be interesting. Maybe also a Russian Empire being confident enough in their communist Russian and the Finnish allies to handle that front. But yeah, I mean,
yeah.
there's still some stacks that are dangerous. Although Russian communists also having a big stack there and what is it, Western Ukraine basically,
Yeah.
close to Romania.
That what I'm still very impressed by is that little Yugoslav exclave. Like
Mhm.
that is just holding so firmly. Though what is also interesting is that Spain actually now has a border with Yugoslavia because they've cut through Austria, who oddly enough also took Venice.
And we can now also see that the Spanish are, as predicted, moving in towards southern Germany from exactly that region with the let's call it the Benelux front also manifesting itself there.
Yes.
You can't take your eyes off Olivia, can you?
I'm just so surprised it's there. But you know who else I keep going and seeing if something's happened? Hey, Portugal. Anything? How's it going? Also, I'm just looking to Discord. There's so much camaraderie and like obviously this is like games get heated, but there's so much like actual like legit camaraderie here, and it's just so lovely to see. Like as someone who works with and around these games, you know, every week, it really makes me feel really nice to see those.
Yeah, playing like it's supposed to be played, not giving up, cheering on your allies, even if it's a tough fight. And yeah, not giving up, because I mean, you mentioned before, right? It's sometimes you are out of a shot for the number one spot, but it doesn't mean that you do not have an impact on the game anymore. I mean, you can very well decide who will be in the number one spot by either allying them or harassing the other guys. We saw it with the Russians. The Russians looked within the first part of the game before the first break, like already they would swipe through the whole map and just take it, and then they were basically stopped by the valiant resistance of Caucasus and Ukraine, with not being able to really expand anymore. I mean, they were at the German border quite quickly, and then completely got stopped in their tracks there for almost 10 in-game days.
Also, is it just me, or has Austria taken a small bite out of Germany? Actually, on a related note, can we talk about how we miss Spain taking over Cologne and Luxembourg? Things are really heating up in Germany.
Although I think it's the days of Germany are also numbered now.
Yes.
There doesn't seem to be any big stack, and just the French Air Force. And
Even the
Moroccan
Danish
army.
are holding on.
Yeah, mighty.
Copenhagen.
Yeah.
City-state of Copenhagen. Yeah, this is wild.
Let's see how it goes. I mean, again, I'm really curious where the Russian Empire will move its stack. Although it looks like they will clean up or mop up Turkey, which is not a bad move. I mean, they move through Ankara, take away the provinces of Turkey, and then they are in a prime position to attack the soft underbelly of Greater Romania from Istanbul, basically.
Plus, they firmly have secured the hold in Tbilisi now, so it really
yes.
seems like that's the plan.
Yeah.
Which means that all that's left of the Caucasus is just Aleppo. Nothing but Aleppo.
Yeah, and again, a good and tested and proven strategy, right? Splitting off an armored car there from the Russians and sending it into the hinterlands of Turkey to capture a couple of provinces. I mean, with not much resistance there anymore, making sure that gets captured.
You ever think about how Spain now has an empire that stretches from Jerusalem to Cologne.
Yeah, Spain really fighting for its former glory and making all the Spaniards proud, basically.
Yeah, like to say this is some gross but yet oddly impressive colonialism. What I think that's perhaps a way to put it. I'm not sure if it's the best way, but it's a way. What I'm also curious to see is all of Italy here, and how they just all that's left of Italy is actually former Greece.
Yeah, being pushed out of their homelands with really no way to taking it back.
Like I think we may be seeing the end of Italy soon as well.
You know what I would be interested in would be like how many units died in a specific province, because I feel like the bloodiest
Yes.
area has to be southern France. There are so many units died there.
Have we ever thought of making it so like when you complete a game, like at the end, it shows like a little tally of X number of tanks were destroyed, X number of infantrymen killed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean we do have a little end screen by now, right? Just not. It's not the most complex, but it should
But I
be
mean
there.
like a little like almost like a credit style one.
Yeah. We definitely thought about it, and we might explore it further. But it's one of these ideas that it's not urgent enough, and it would be nice to have. So it's quite prone to end up in a backlog.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that we don't do it. The finished stack there really battered down, but not defeated, sitting there now probably to rest 1 or 2 days to gather some HP.
For how long are we going? It looks like we really are in. We have one more break, and then after the next bit from there, it looks like it's going to just be ended off, and whoever has the most territory wins.
Sure, yeah. If no one achieves the 626 victory points you need, then we will end it if the limit is reached.
And we said we need 626.
Yeah, you can see it on the top of the screen, left of our resources. There's a little indicator. That's
Yes.
how much progress we have. And for teams, or maybe for teams it might be even higher. Can you close that window?
Yeah, this
And-
one.
Yeah, close that one, and now click where it says sixth. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
There it tells us what we would need.
There we go. So actually, Team Arion has 400 points, but so does Team Farwain. So if we look into them, that is the Russo-Finnish alliance is up there at 400, but so is the Spanish-French Moroccan alliance. So it's really coming down to these two because. Yeah, I mean, if we look, I think it's a distant third for. Oh. Yeah, it's a distant third for Germany.
Surprisingly enough, but yeah, I mean, as we saw that coming, kind of, right?
Yeah.
Just now a question of time if when they will clash, or if they try to go for the victory count.
I wonder if this is going to lead. I think what everyone's waiting for is, and yes, the breaks in 5, but I think what everyone's waiting for is the big Russo-Finnish, Spanish-French-Moroccan clash.
For sure, it will probably happen somewhere either in the Ukraine area, roughly, right, or in Romania,
Or even in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean probably in Germany, I would say, somewhere
Yeah.
in between, just for the logistics. But we can also see that, right, all the small stacks disappeared from the game now. We have this concentration of forces really at the hotspots. So Germany, France, a bit in the Balkans, and then in the former Polish area. Although Finland has quite a lot of units in its home territory still there.
Yeah, there's a huge concentration in Finland, and already we can see the movements. I think this is where we're heading towards, especially as you can see, France is actually moving up towards what was formerly part of Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll even go through Denmark just to send a message or something.
Yeah, I think we should get ready our French flags here in the office, because Hamburg is also pretty much about to turn French, as it seems. There's not much resistance there. The
Hamburg, French? None.
I think it was Swedish at some point. I recently learned.
I know it was Danish at one point.
Or that might have been Danish.
Yeah.
Maybe I mixed this up. But yeah, it came as a surprise to me.
Yeah, Denmark at one point went all the way like down.
Yeah, and as it seems, Berlin will probably be controlled by Morocco soon. I mean, there's nothing in the way of that big stack they are moving.
No,
into-
well,
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
now
know.
I was
No,
focusing
I
on
was
it.
like, there's a huge railway.
I didn't see that. I just saw the interceptor.
But this is going to do some serious damage to
Yeah.
the German ones.
Yeah.
And also, it might make them split because this is really the biggest stack that the Germans have left for them.
Yep. The Moroccan alliance would be wise to make full use of its air force if it has any planes that are not too damaged and that can still take a couple of hits.
Yeah.
It's already whittled that down.
Oh goodness. Let's take a look. This is getting oh so very intense. I mean, we're finally seeing the battle for Berlin from Morocco. It's so odd to see part of Germany become Moroccan. But I mean, just look at these volleys being launched.
There it goes. Can you click on a German stack for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Let's see what it have. I mean, the 8 anti-air, anti-tank, a bunch of artillery. So that's really a really big defensive stack. Only no real offensive power, but also not easily taken out from by the air. And then just hoping to win in an artillery duel, basically.
Really holding on for dear life here.
Mm-hmm.
This might be one of the most intense battles I've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean it's really also setting the stage right for the big engagement, because it's just a question of where the French and the Russians will basically clash, or their respective alliances. And it seems like Spain. Oh wow,
Yeah.
taking a big chunk out there.
But with
Of
that
Germany.
said, we are now into the final break. I mean, do we just want to look at the absolute state of Europe?
Yeah.
And yet, Spain and Portugal, like this area right here, just completely unchanged. Where things get weird is when you go east.
Mm-hmm.
And weird it is. I mean, look at the coalitions, just whittled down.
Yeah, Libya only being a token, Germany on its last legs basically in the final defense of Berlin, and then Team BM Fox with a valiant defense basically, but also kind of has their back broken now. There's not much resistance left.
I'm surprised Team
Meliodas.
Meliodas didn't show up on the board earlier, because they actually are actually in third, and they actually have a triple-digit score, and they are hanging on there.
Yeah,
But it is hanging on.
You know what it is? It's because you need more victory points if you're in a coalition, right? And Germany is only on its own, so it has percentage-wise, it's closer to a victory, to a solo victory, than the others are to a coalition. So that's why they came in third place.
Though that said, I mean, look at this. We're about to have Moroccan Berlin and French Hamburg.
A weird state of affairs.
And that said, these former Polish cities are safe for now. Even Prague is now Spanish. Hi, John.
Hey there. We can see the Moroccans ordering a retreat order. They're basically moving out of range of the German stack. Maybe didn't expect that much resistance from it, or to take
That much
damage.
firepower.
Yeah. Wise though. I mean, right? They have a lot more units in the backfield basically that they can wait for, and there's no need to lose all this HP. Although just to min-max, they could have maybe waited until they kill off some of the anti-air units in their German stack, and then just try to kill it off with all the tactical bombers they have in their alliance.
Oh, absolutely. This is just, though, such an intense... I need synonyms for intense, but it's getting late here in Hamburg.
It sure is. I also gotta say, I mean, we have been streaming this now for almost over 3 hours, right?
Yeah,
Leaving
3 hours.
A bit of a tax on me as well. I can feel my voice becoming a bit raspy.
As we get closer and closer to our 4 hours.
Yeah,
4-hour stream.
but that's kind of what we aim for. That I mean, we'd roughly expect it to take 4, and I think that that was quite a good estimation. I mean, with the final
I said
showdown.
between 3 and 4, and I was spot on.
Yeah, the big showdown, basically in front of us.
God, look at how turkey is just getting carved.
Yeah,
I guess you could say they're getting carved like a turkey.
nice. I like it.
Thank you. I've had turkey on the mind today, like the food.
It seems like Russia is with you there, also wanting a piece of that. Although Turkey officially changed its name to Turkey, right? And not to be called Turkey anymore.
Oh, they changed how it's spelled?
Yeah, it's now officially using the Turkish name for the country, also in the international sphere. The more I also never saw that happen in my lifetime, I think, but apparently that's the thing.
I mean, there was the Czech Republic changing to Czechia.
Fair.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, someone says, John says, I used a flame tank today and I enjoyed it heavily. Any other units thinking of adding? To which I say, would be fair to say we have nothing to announce now.
Yeah, we
but
can't
keep
announce
your
anything.
eye on the games.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we can say is the strategy for how we will roll out content and what we consider heavily depends on your feedback, right? Because in the end, we don't want to release content just that we want to do, but also stuff you like to see. So if you like these new units being added and you're happy with it, then that makes it very much more likely for us to introduce also more units in the future then. But also we have to be like completely honest here. For us, this is also a test bed, right? We have never done it in this style. We want to see what your reactions are, how you like it, and how it affects the gameplay. And if we come to the conclusion that the majority of these aspects are positive and that we can polish the negatives, then there sure is still some stuff we could introduce. I mean,
BM Fox being carved like a turkey is a good expression. Oh, it's GG for BM Fox, but what a GG indeed!
Yeah.
Like that hold, like that has just been such an impressive hold.
yeah.
Like, because when you have to, like, I know y'all weren't able to do the most amount of conquering compared to everyone, but how y'all held in right there was just so impressive.
Yeah, definitely.
Might not have won the game, but certainly won some major respect.
Yeah, won our hearts basically. As Jamie said, big defensive masterclass there. How to hold off two
I
rushes
was wrong,
for
though.
multiple days.
Because look who has a little sliver.
Last
I thought they were
resistance.
gone. Oh God, no! Like the caucuses are still around.
Sadly, I think no opportunity for a comeback there anymore. Also,
No.
with Turkey being now truly carved up and finished off.
And 4 pieces? Flame tank is OP on unarmored.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's its purpose. It is supposed to be very good against unarmored targets.
But that's also why it's so limited.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be completely overpowered, right? We don't want to break the game with the unit, but the flame tank is specifically very good against unarmored targets. That's what it's supposed to do. And I mean, there's options how to counter it, right? It's very weak against air. It has basically zero damage to air. And in the end, this is not a game about single units, but about unit composition and what to go for. We can see it here in the game as well. There's no stack that is just comprised solely of tanks, so just infantry, but it's a mix of units and combined arms really that will make or break you and your army and decide who is winning. So try to adapt to others using the flame tank. If you see that it's strong, try to use it yourself and make the best of it. But then, of course, also leave us with the feedback. If you truly think that it's not just strong but too strong, and we get the feedback that the majority of players agree with this, then we will, of course, also fine-tune it. I mean, we don't expect to hit the balancing perfectly on the nail first try. We'll give it our best, but tweaks are, of course, always likely, especially after first release, right?
Also, just to thank you for streaming. Like comments like that and just the response everyone's had is really made me excited to start getting planning done. If not for one in December, then certainly for the one we already have planned next year and additional ones on top of that.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, if there's demand, you people enjoy it, and the people who want to participate here also want to do this, then we will be the last to be the bottleneck, I think.
You know, just to say something very lightly internally, as we're thinking about more things to do with the office, perhaps maybe setting something like this up semi-permanently.
Yeah, like a small streaming setup. That would
Yeah.
be dope.
I'm like, I'd be so game for that, and if we need to justify it, maybe I'll revive my personal Twitch channel at Jamie Plays Stuff. Maybe if anyone here ever watched me back in my when I was doing the stream thing on my own, did I ever talk about the bit where for the first 6 months of the pandemic, I pretty much paid my rent and bills by streaming Animal Crossing?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because like university went digital, and I had a thing planned that got canned because the company had to shutter for
Oh, it sucks.
pandemic. So I was like, well, crap, I guess I'll play Animal Crossing to pass the time. And suddenly people started watching it.
Nice.
Coxer, yeah, I tried to hold out and deal as much damage to the Russian Empire as possible before I was defeated. A solid fight. The real RPG only had a 50-kilometer range, which is the range of a regular artillery in game. Flame tanks should be limited, maybe only 10 per player per game. Fair enough, that can be an adjustment that,
Yeah.
you know, if data supports it, we can do.
Yeah, I think to just to address that a little bit, we will mainly try to balance Jesus Christ, for there not to be like a critical mass of flame tanks by how many you can earn in operations, right? Because again, it's not a tech unit. You can't just you can't just research it and then spam it out. So there should almost never be a case where you get 10 in a game. Almost ever, unless you just collect every single one for a whole month and then wait for it. But yeah, again, leave us all this feedback, please, and we will of course iterate on it if
Yes.
it turns out to be too strong or too weak.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how we got to tackle it with these new units. No, it's always a tweaking game.
Yep.
We are back up with the speed, and we are into the last 35 minutes of the game, the final push. Who knows, might not even take the full 35 minutes, I really think.
Yeah, I mean, I can see a case where one of the two potential winners really breaks the back of the others, gets a decisive defeat or a decisive victory on the field, and then the other call it quits. Although I wouldn't expect that from our players. If you've been disinvested for so long, you probably fight until the very end.
Oh, wow, and look at this. We have the Finnish taking Copenhagen.
But,
Goodness, that seems almost like a taunt to the French and the Germans.
yeah, shaping operations, right? I mean, they will clash somewhere there in Eastern Germany, probably, maybe in Poland.
And then just look at Turkey here. I feel like everyone's letting Libya keep Athens just out of respect. Oh, sorry, they were talking about RRG. It's too OP and shouldn't be spammed.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, railroad guns. Yeah,
yeah, RRGs maybe, yeah.
yeah. We have that in mind. We discussed it already last week. That the meta seems to have shifted a lot towards railroad guns.
As we can see.
Yeah, it's just in competitive games like this, it seems that that's the winning strategy, just because of the range and range damage being very effective if you handle it well. So no promises here directly, but I would not be surprised if railroad guns see some adjustments to them being made, not in terms of numbers you can produce, but probably in terms of how well they perform or how potent they can be. Yeah.
Agreed. Oh, goodness. Where should I zoom on now? I mean, do we want to look at the Russian advance across the Caucasus?
I mean that's
I think that was the last big Caucasus city just taken over.
yeah, they're just mopping that up now from whatever conquered that. I mean, they will also clean up Turkey with smaller units.
Still a few cities there. Medina still holding on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that Moroccan Air Force they're
Oh. Greek Jerusalem. What are the Greeks making a comeback?
the Greeks just sending insurgents into provinces and inciting revolts. But yeah, I mean, maybe take another look at around Greater Romania. We can see what the Russians are doing there. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, they're moving in there now. Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, this is the big Yugoslav Romanian attack versus the Russians.
Yep, two big Russian stacks. Although that one doesn't look very good anymore.
Oh, not to mention a Finnish stack plus a couple of flame tanks.
Yeah, that Finnish stack, a bit of a reinforcement, although not too big, but definitely also some railroad guns with it.
Yeah. Just railroad guns all the way down, huh?
Yeah. I mean, but that.
Oh, and what's this coming up here? We have, we
tiny little scout car.
yeah, just kind of.
Oh, but yeah, there's another big.
Oh God, didn't even see that.
That's very much needed for the Russians. I was about to say the communist Russian stacks there might lose that artillery duel there.
Plus another RRG coming in from up here.
Yep.
And two more from the Finnish.
Yeah, and there's the Russian Air Force as well.
I mean, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. Oh,
Yep.
ooh.
Let's see some ticks there.
I mean, just fighting along the borderlands here.
Mm-hmm. That Finnish stack almost there in range already, taking part in the battle, and it seems like the Romanians are slightly pulling back for some reason into the province center there.
Someone says perhaps RRG should only be operated on railroads like in Supremacy. That would limit it to running all over the map.
Yeah,
Yeah.
could be. Would
Could
require
be.
like a new building, so that you need to build some kind of railroads.
And we'd also want to make sure that we wouldn't move it. We wouldn't nerf so hard it moves in the direction of being useless.
Yeah, there's always some multiple angles where you can balance a unit, right? And I mean, preferably we wouldn't need to introduce like a new building just to justify that the unit is so strong. We'd rather make the unit a bit weaker or slower or whatever, so it still doesn't feel bad, right? Because that, even if you require then some railroads, that wouldn't prevent you from building them, and you end up in the same situation where the railroad guns are then perceivably too strong.
Well, we're finally going to see the first real Russo-Spanish battle, and oddly enough, it is Russia and former Israel taking over Greek territory to get to Spanish Gaza.
Only in Call of War.
Only in Call of War. Again, this is the Russian Empire, not to be confused with the Soviet Union, which has taken over Turkey and is invading Greek Jerusalem to conquer Spanish Gaza.
Don't point it out like that. It sounds weird. There we go.
Yeah,
there it happened.
There we go. Ooh, and now it looks like it's heading on to Moroccan Cairo.
Yeah, but that's a perfect example of what I previously mentioned with the submarine picket, right? You can see now that one armored car, it will be sent over, and it will, while it does that, cross that submarine, which Russia does not see right now. And as soon as it moves over that submarine, the submarine will engage that convoy and probably kill that unit. So that's a very good way of just an early warning system and a bit of a defensive line you can have against these single unit invades.
Well, I don't think there's any real chance they'll win. I would be shocked if Turkey to some degree does not hold on till the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real urbans down there anymore, right? So also no reason for Russia really to...
I mean, there's Medina, I guess.
Yeah, that one. But just one, and it's so far off. I mean, Russia probably better off not investing too much units down there, but focusing on the big engagement. You can see Germany carved up now. France taking over Hamburg. So
Spain has taken over a huge chunk of Poland and just cut them in half.
Yeah. So probably we'll now see, the shaping of the battlefield and the big staging ground somewhere in around Poland.
Yeah.
From the French alliance, basically.
I think we're really going to see something right here. I mean, because Berlin is hanging on, but I mean, what else is going to really happen there?
Oh, you're right. For some reason, I keep not seeing the German stack. I don't know why. But yeah, that's indeed still something to be kept in mind, right? Those railroad guns do have the range. There's still enough HP in that stack, and it probably also has some anti-air still.
Yeah, let's take a look at the victory progress. I mean, what I think is important to see as well is that Team Irion is really fighting for it here. But again, I think Team Farian could really take them on.
Yeah, I mean, we got how much time is left? We got 27 minutes. And yeah, I mean, a knockout blow is probably not realistic anymore at this point.
Oh, and the Greeks are engaging Russia. The Greeks are engaging Russia.
Yeah, giving them the middle finger for taking on the surrounding lands.
That's really funny to me. And Portugal is still unchanged.
Yep. I'm calling it now. We will not see. Although taking Lisbon, that would be another 10 victory points for the French.
It would.
But yeah, they would need some units there. Also, I feel like we are at a stage where it will probably come down to microing what you have. Probably we will not see any major reinforcements being built anymore in the last 20 minutes, even if there's a bit of time. But really, what we see now, that will be the units that decide the game probably.
From the chat, intense waiting game in Berlin. There really is. I mean, do you think anyone's even going to engage Berlin, or do you think it's going to be just trying to conquer territory where it can?
Yeah, it's a very difficult call, right? Because in some way, Berlin is in the way of the French coalition clashing with the Russians, but at the same time, you don't want to whittle down these 40 German units there, because you will take losses and you need them. And all these units, they are damaged. You might actually start losing some of them.
And then look over here in the Black Sea, just...
Yeah, some movement happening there.
Yeah. It's very intense to see as we stand out. What's another word for intense? It's very heated.
Although interestingly, we can see, if you zoom out again a bit, the most stacks moving there towards the Balkans. There's not much in the Polish area.
The Russians are making the push for Medina.
All right.
And then not just there, but into Spain to capture Luxor, formerly Egyptian.
Yeah, that's not too bad of a call, because again, now it comes down to taking victory points, and you're not just taking 10 victory points for your own alliance, but you're removing 10 of the other alliance if they take it down there. So interesting strategy.
What I also find interesting is that Yugoslavia is actually going down there to try to battle for it.
Yeah, maybe they did some last-ditch diplomacy to say, hey, look, the Russians took us out. We still got that one stack. So where do you need it? And then the Spanish alliance or the French alliance saying, hey, why not move it down there to help us out? Because I'd rather take out the guy that removed me from the game than fight some random other dude. Don't worry, Libya will make it.
Yeah, you think? I mean, I'm rooting for them. Do you think Libya could win?
I think you could make it as one of these, rescue my safe game things, and no one would ever be able to make it because it's not winnable. For them. Unless you give them admin tools, then it's very much winnable.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
There's nothing like spawning 1,000 bombers at a time.
What's that? 980,000 gold.
Yeah, that happens when you use your official company account where you test stuff, right? Like full disclaimer, this is not an account that will use that gold. This is just there's 1 million gold on there that we need to test stuff and spawn some units in closed off games that we do on our test machines and stuff.
Also, we are officially French.
Yeah, I can see them down there already, the French flagships.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although they're not that good. They look a bit shitty, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like the French Navy is not the best.
Oh, that's so sad. Ooh, that's something I was waiting on.
Finished Copenhagen.
That
should be Denmark not out of the game. They still have the tiny bit there.
Denmark is still in here. We just have the little tiny island. So
What's an island even called? Does it have a name?
Yorkland. Who do I want to win?
That's a
Us,
tough
the
one.
company.
That's a tough one. I mean,
Libya. I want Libya to win.
I would say, I mean, there's between the French and the Russians. I probably want the French to win, just because I feel that the Caucasus held on so well that
Yeah.
I kind of want their efforts to gain the merit, or not gain the merit, but to be worthwhile and having stopped the Russian victory. That would be the nicest story.
Not
for
only
me.
that, but like the entire thing with Spain and Morocco and Africa is it's just kind of impressive to see.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that the Russia-Finnish alliance players have not done an impressive job. They've done an incredibly impressive job. Oh, funny.
Mhm.
Greek, actually. But, I think it would be interesting to see that. But really, either of these two alliances, I think whichever one wins would have definitely earned it full-heartedly.
Sure. I mean, you don't end up in a competitive game like that in a position to win it if you didn't play well, right? So luck is basically not that it's not a factor, but it's definitely not the deciding factor here.
That said, I don't think we'll be seeing any movement on Berlin the next 20.
No, probably not. That's not a lucrative target anymore. There's almost 40 units. They are pretty much.
Well, I
full
don't
HP.
know. It looks like there's some sort of push coming from the Russians and the Finnish.
Yeah,
Alliance.
but
Team Orion, the Russo-Finnish alliance is actually one of the past 2 streams they've done.
all right. So
So odds are in their favor.
going for
What is the speed of the mode? This one is 144x.
no. One in-game day takes about 10 minutes at this speed. So but that's interesting then. So we really got some true speed free kings here that seem to handle this game out very well.
Yeah. This is, and just look at how Turkey has been carved. Again, holding on Medina.
Yeah.
But for how long with those?
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably a question
Well,
of
I don't know,
time.
6 railway guns versus how many is that from there? Versus 2 and then some backup.
Yeah, let's see.
So, look, what I'm really just think is so funny is just watching these AI Greek players go ahead and just kind of push through.
Maybe we need a custom event just for you, but it's all about the tiny nations.
Well, one of our guests says this was the most fun they've ever had in Call of War.
Nice.
This is great, and I'd love to see more of this. God, there's such dense troop coverage like in Finland there.
Yeah, can we look at Finland? What's up there? I mean,
Yeah.
okay, that's all individual.
Well,
infantry.
okay, it's just individual infantry
Yeah,
that.
maybe.
So seems intense from far away, but actually pretty
Yeah,
sparse when you
probably some
go in.
garrisoned units to prevent some lone motorized infantry that shows up there from the sea to capture that or something like that.
Or like prevent some revolting or
Yeah,
something.
but it looks like we will end up with a clash in the Balkans, right? That's,
Yeah.
That's where the troops all go. Let's look at where the big stacks are.
Yeah, Greater Romania not looking so great now, and we
No.
have
Bit
we
of
have Debrecen now, and we have what looks like it's going to be a fight between Spanish and Russian territory, especially if the Spanish they are right there in Budapest.
Mm-hmm.
So if the 144 could be implemented in regular event mats, it would really revolutionize the game.
Yeah, I mean,
We got the same feedback from the IO stream in June.
yeah, I mean, I can tell you from the technical side, the problem is that we can't just change or offer 144x games as system created games. So they let's say a couple hundred at each given moment in time, right? Because that will just overload the servers. And also while this is very fun as a commented event, I think there still needs to be quite a lot of polishing to be done to offer this to the public. You can, for example, see how often the game refreshes, right? Sometimes we see 1 or 2 provinces just being captured,
Ooh.
and too much happening without after one refresh, because the game is designed so that not a lot happens like in 1 minute, for example. So if it refreshes every minute,
Wow, I
But-
really was not expecting the Greeks to.
yeah.
People don't have time to follow a map every day. I mean, though, I definitely think it's something that could be looked into at some point, especially with the big changes we have coming.
What was the comment?
Oh, just give people who don't have time to follow a map every day to put a few hours to put a few hours into a game and finish a game could be really revolutionary.
Yeah, I mean, agreed.
Agreed.
But yeah, like I was just explaining, it's we can showcase this now for like a promotional event, but it's not polished enough to make this like a default game mode yet. But we agree, right? We also see the merit, and this is really like a revolutionary way where you could play a game that would normally takes you like weeks.
And every time we show it off, people love it,
Yeah.
especially since we've started doing it internally. Just the feedback has been great.
Yeah. Maybe this can, yeah, I mean, I would not be too optimistic that Call of War will be a true, like, RTS that takes 60 minutes to play in 2 years. But we might see some special events where you can actually, as a, like, quote-unquote regular player, join one of these. I wouldn't rule it out. But yeah, your feedback and is the really the most important part, because if we hear from you that you love it and you would love to play it, then that gives us a strong incentive to pursue this idea further, right?
Wow, I'm just scrolling down. I mean, will the Greeks actually take a city again?
It would be funny if they
I-
last minute start producing something.
I think that'd actually be really funny. Though I mean, look,
470, 460. It's just
that's neck and neck, isn't it?
Mhm. Yep. What are we looking at? I mean, we got 15 minutes left.
Oh,
So-
we got another update. The Russians have taken Medina.
Can you look at the victory screen again? Because if the date changed. Or not?
Yeah, so 470 to 460.
Mhm. I mean, we see the victory points change once when the in-game date changes, right?
I mean, Medina is Russian, but I'm just so curious to see what's happening here. It actually looks like the Greeks are trying to defend their territory and still going. Oh, I see. So it looks like the Greeks are holding, and the Russians are sending in someone to mop it up.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. I just think it's so funny that was even happening. But it looks like the real battleground between the Spanish-French-Moroccan alliance and the Russo-Finnish alliance is going to be in Africa.
Yeah, and you can see another very advanced strategy here, right? In the late game, we can see now that Russia there moves like single units and sends it across the sea. Like they have no real fighting power. They will be stopped by almost anything. But it sends it to all the provinces that give victory points. And if one of them arrives, that it's enough to conquer, and that will be important for the late game. I mean, if he can take 2 or 3 of these, and then potentially still produce a unit there as well, that's 10 victory points for him that the other team loses. So this is really like where you can see that these players really know what they're doing. This is not their first match at all.
And speaking of Russia, the communists are now fighting Italy, and it looks like they are about to take Sofia.
Mm-hmm.
I actually did not realize Italy was still in this.
Yeah, I mean, there again, right? The hunt for the cities is on. They see that it will be down to victory points and not a decisive blow. So yeah, looking for the most opportune targets to secure 1 or 2 other victory points here or there.
Also, Hanover has randomly been taken by the British. What? Also,
Yep.
Amsterdam again.
That revolted all to the British.
Like, that is just so interesting.
Yeah, that is the French need to keep an eye on that, because again, Amsterdam, Cologne, that's 20 victory points, and you don't want to miss out on them just by the revolts. So yeah, just moving that armored car around there, moving 1 or 2 infantries just to make sure it doesn't revolt at the last day changes. That can be decisive. We are neck and neck here with 470 to 460. So literally one province would make the difference.
Or now, just update again, 570 to 500.
All right. So
Wow, we really might actually be down to it. What was the number you said? 610.
Sorry, say what?
So what's the magic number we need to hit for the victory points?
I'm actually not 100% sure. For solo victory, we need 630.
Oh, there it
but
is.
it would be higher for coalition. And since we are not on a coalition, I do not know off the top of my head what the requirements there are.
Malte, if you're in the chat, can you let us know?
Team victory would be 904.
Oh,
So we're
904.
not gonna get that, but it will be down who has the most victory points. And it seems like the Russian coalition here is really pushing for that victory.
Oh, absolutely. Also, just from people cheering for Russia in there. Please note that this is a video game. Some suggestions like, would a 15-minute day perhaps be better? And I'd say if that's something we would roll out, I think it's something we'd probably test a lot internally.
Yeah, I mean,
figure out optimal speed.
Anything that would be rolled out to the wide player base needs like thorough and extensive testing.
I will say I am big on the 10. I do like the idea of the first day or two though, not being able to attack.
Yeah, there's also one thing I would really like to see in these speed games that would be like automated pauses, right? Because again, I also mentioned it previously. When you watch this is hectic, but when you play this can be almost overwhelming because there's too much to do. Right now we just look at unit movement, but you gotta also think about these players. They need to build their economy, they need to recruit all the units, they need to move them, they need to plan their attack, and then they also need to do diplomacy. And diplomacy, writing messages is you don't have the time for that to do it properly at this speed, but it's such an elementary part of that game that this needs to be taken into account for any official game mode that has this speed.
We have direct confrontation between the Russo-Finnish alliance and the Spanish-French-Moroccan, and the Moroccans are really fighting hard against the Russians here. And also, just look at this little bit of France right here. I can't believe they took Vienna. How funny.
The Viennese were probably mad about that. I think they're not too happy about the French. Not to say that they would welcome the Russians, but
no. And then just a tiny bit of Yugoslavia hanging on just right here. But no victory points to be gained there. I'm surprised Athens is still standing.
I told you, I think Libya will make it into the very end.
As do I. We're really moving into it here. I mean, I see reinforcements being sent to Prague, but also I see the Russians are making a run on Krakow.
Yeah. Any last minute victory point they want to claim now?
We are down to the final 10 minutes. How will it be? Who will win? I mean, I think it's between the big two wholeheartedly.
Oh, do you think so?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think.
You're not betting on Germany anymore?
No, I'm betting on Libya.
All right. Yeah.
The Libya thing, it just seems like an act of mercy.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not too attractive, right? You need to move like 6-7 units there. This will be decisive. Like, that was a very good move. These Russian units, they will land at the next update of the game state. We will see that. They will take Derna there and Tobruk. And that will be 20 more victory points.
Maybe even 30, because if they take Tobruk, Derna, and Benghazi.
Yeah. Citra also undefended there. Not sure if that unit will make it there in time, but that's a 60-point shift, right? Because
there is this Libyan flotilla, though.
Yeah, I think Libya could actually prevent it, but
which would be really goddamn funny. But these two and Derna and Tobruk are certainly very likely to make landing.
I think there was also one push for Alexandria, but that must have been stopped.
Interesting. So now, they landed. Now this is all. This bit here is Russian. I'm not sure if you can see, but that's Russian, and then they've cut Morocco in two, or I guess into three, since they were already kind of,
Yeah. And there you can also see, like, if we look at the Finnish player again, we said, oh, here's so many AFK units, but these are all the single infantry units that prevent exactly that type of move. he protects his coastal provinces just with one unit, just so he can defend off that one unit that lands. And at the same time, Morocco didn't do that. Russia took full advantage of that. Just said, okay, I'm gonna gamble 5 infantry units, send him over there, and in the end, there's a 60-point victory shift just by that move.
Also, Hamburg, German again. It looks like Germany has decided that if they can't win it, they at least want the French to lose.
Yeah.
Which, I got to be real. Having lived in Germany for a while now, that that tracks.
Yep.
And also just randomly Danzig. Okay.
For good measure.
Yeah, just just like a little something extra, some lanyap.
Yeah.
This is really coming down to it.
Then the Balkans seem to be mopped up. I think the Russians mainly were victorious there. See no more big stacks in the Balkans.
Can I get anyone else in the chat cheering for Libya? I'm just gonna keep fucking going with it.
Where are my Cubans at?
Yeah, where?
Cuba.
Oh god, can we talk about the one country that fully repelled someone, was never invaded again? Cuba. Can I get a go team Cuba in the chat?
Yeah, go Cubans.
Go Cuba.
Yeah.
I'm gonna certainly celebrate with a cigar.
Oh, Cuba Libre would be nice. Does she want to go for one? Actually, I'm not sure if there's a good bar. I don't know, it's a Raper bar. There should be a good bar around here.
We still have British Amsterdam. I'm surprised. Have the French used up a lot of... Are they playing a defensive game at this point?
It pains me that Amsterdam is British for some reason. Not to hate on any British, but for some reason...
No, that pains me deeply.
That leaves a sour taste.
Feel free to clip that, because it does pain me deeply that they're British. Maybe it's because it's so deliberate, because it's like, oh, we don't give a shit about the rest of the Netherlands, but... The Netherlands, Amsterdam, more like Gibraltar North.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, they still have Gibraltar.
I'm not sure if the Benelux rock would translate as well, but people might get the wrong impression of what that should be. But yeah, also the Berlin stack, was that wiped? Is it still there?
The Berlin stack has moved north.
They actually moved, yeah. Berlin shall remain
Though
German
it looks
then.
like they divided it partially.
Yeah, probably wanted to block some move there.
BM Fox says, I prefer mojitos. Hey, fair choice.
Yeah. Hey, I
ooh.
will be openly cheering for my team here. Cuba Libre, in my opinion, it's not the best drink, but it's the best type of drink to have casually.
I think the map is already shaping up in a way where
That's
the Germans have retaken the main Danish peninsula though, but
it's a small moral victory before the French Air Force bombs Hamburg. Honestly,
Yeah.
patrolling there.
they're patrolling, but I don't know. Look at how the Russians are just.
I mean, the Russian Empire seems to be very needy and tidy, right? Making nice, clean borders there. Taking all of Turkey. No patchwork in between.
Oh God, is there going to be any of Turkey left? Actually, Turkey has Gaza now. But yeah, there's like a little patchwork here of Greece, Turkey, Spain, and Russia, which is a very weird combination.
Yeah, that calls for trouble in the coming years there. Do you know what the Russian alliance reminds me of? If you zoom out, you know that meme with the three dragons where two of them are very angry and one is like,
Yeah.
That's like Russia and Finland are the neat and tidy angry ones, and communist Russia is like, I'm all over the
Just
place."
getting, but
Oh, look at Italy.
yeah,
What happened there? Communist.
yeah,
Russia.
communist Russia really biting into France.
Yeah, just sending that one hero armored car there. Probably
Not only
getting-
that, but they actually looks like sent someone to try to attack Berlin.
Also taking Danzig. Man, that armored car, whatever it is, then Italy, they probably give them like 5 heroes of the Soviet Union style. or
God,
something.
they have wiped down second place, and they are
Yeah.
at 650. I think all that's left to do at this point, I mean, is just to see how they win it. I don't know.
That's pretty clean now, and also we will not probably see another day change because it's 3 minutes still only left. I'm not sure if we will make it, and think we can call it by now. That's a win for the Russian alliance.
But I will
including
say,
Finland.
we got only the most important cities in Germany. Berlin, Hamburg, and
I'm not sure if I'm a fan
yeah.
of Duisburg, but
Duisburg. I guess is that to quote the dragon meme again. That's
yeah,
the
all
weird
right,
one.
Yeah, all right. Although it says a lot if Berlin is not the weird one out of three cities, right?
I mean, but Berlin's proud of it. It owns it.
Yeah.
Uh,
For the non-Germans, it's like there's two public sports in Germany. One is hating on the German trains, and the other one is like either you are in Berlin and you love it, or you're not from Berlin and you hate it. That's like the German sport.
I thought there's also a third sport just for Berliners, which is thinking everyone who moved to Berlin after you isn't a real Berliner.
Oh yeah. Oh, naturally.
Yeah, naturally.
Although you also just moved here like 6 weeks ago. Or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
I've been here for 3 days, and everyone I saw who
Yeah.
came after was just an
all
annoying
these- all these-
tourist.
All these tourists, yeah.
They aren't a real Berliner.
Also, I have that when I walk across the Reeperbahn in Hamburg.
You
Because I'm
really?
like, I need to go here on my way to work, and all of you are just tourists, and you're in my way, and you're annoying.
Like,
Although
yes!
I mean, I'm not a hamburger by birth. It's a weird sentence. but-
I am a naturalized
Yeah,
hamburger.
I'm hamburger by birth, and I'm really into my girlfriend French fries.
Speaking of this, though, like the Germans, like I grew up with BM Vox said they lost Poland so early on.
Yes, big blow.
And the fact that they are still holding on at the very end,
Yeah, Germany played
it's
very
almost as impressive as Libya.
well. Yeah, considering also how big they were just like 2
Oh,
or 3 days ago.
wait, oh, Spain, that's dirty.
What are they sending? Can you move to the end of the screen?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are.
Oh, the turkeys.
Yeah, the turkeys.
And Team
What an absolute turkey.
yeah, Team Turkey trying to take Athens.
We're in the last minute. Yeah. There's let's see if they can do it in the next minute before it ends. I mean, for all we know, Libya still survives. I think this is the view I want to just keep for now.
Ignore all the destruction, the rest of the world, the millions that died in southern France.
Yeah. I mean, just look at this. What even is this?
Yeah,
Chaos.
this
Oh, and the game has ended.
there we go.
Libya. Oh my God. Look at that.
Libya made it. Cuba
God,
still
and the
free.
Russians are coming for it as well, but
Yeah.
Libya is still standing. I think we have a winner.
Yep, we do. Big congrats to Team Russia. They played
Yeah.
well. They played to their strengths.
650 first through third we have 650 to 422. Really, the fucking British.
Sour.
I
Don't know what that happened.
want to redo. I'm going to sit my ass down for 4 more hours just to make sure the British lose.
There was a technical error for the setup. We need to replay.
Yeah, I'm
No,
sorry.
no. But jokes aside, like big shout out to the Russians. They played very well. Also the Finnish, obviously.
Yeah, I
and-
mean the BM Fox team and the Aquila teams, I think, really need to be. I'm surprised that oh wow, Meliodas, but did they really lose everything? Did they lose all their cities? I
Yep,
guess.
they were all out. I think.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think there's no one who played bad at all. Everyone played quite well here. Some teams who got eliminated early or earlier really had a tough position. I mean, Poland got rushed by Russia. Germany held out very well. The French and the Spanish, Moroccan just played extremely well as well. Then
Can we talk about that battle for Italy?
Yeah, that was probably the biggest death toll in one region this entire game. The big standoff or last stand by the Caucasus region, and also
Yeah.
the comeback
Do
from
you wanna
Ukraine.
talk to Team One about their victory?
Sure, let's go in there.
So hello, y'all. How does it feel?
So it's we're happy so that it ends because the end was very hard for us and we were like assaulted from everywhere. So yeah,
It was just intense. It was just so intense to watch, and I keep using the word,
But
but
it truly was.
yeah.
It was already exhausting just watching. But I mean, know firsthand how tiresome it is to play at this speed when you play against people who know. And like, hats off to you guys. Everyone played very well, and I think you have a well-deserved ending to this game. And you also deserve to to have a good Saturday evening. I'm sure there will be some beers popped, hopefully some cold drinks and some relaxation after this struggle.
thank you. Yeah, we're gonna need a bit of rest. I think because yes, it was very intense for all of us. Um, I wanna I wanna say GG to the guy to the guys against who we were fighting because they played very well, especially at the end. And yeah, they played the point, and it was probably the best strategy.
Seriously, congrats and incredibly well earned. I mean, not only did y'all play amazingly well, but everyone tonight put on a really great game to watch, especially from our end as commentators. There was so much going on, so many different fronts,
Yeah,
and so much truly fantastic strategy just going on throughout. So very hard fought and very well won, y'all.
yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thank
my
you very
shout out
much.
goes out to the team play. I think all of the coalitions who didn't lose a team member early, you really played so well together, backing each other up, sending stacks where they are needed, sending reinforcements. It was really nice and enjoyable to watch. So also GG's from me.
Yeah, thank you for this event. It was great.
Happy you liked it. All right, guys.
Yeah.
With that, enjoy the end of the game now. Have a great weekend, yeah. And make sure you relax appropriately tomorrow and don't do any hard labor tomorrow. There was enough
We
mental
won't,
work
we
today.
won't.
Yeah. I mean, we certainly won't. It's Sunday
No,
in Germany.
it's Sunday. We
yeah.
don't, yeah.
It's Germany. Do you think we're getting Lebensmittel on Sonntag?
No, everything is closed. All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Catch you around, yeah?
Yeah.
And of course, if you would like to try this out for yourself, then definitely give Call of War World War II a try. I know most people here are familiar with the game, but I think it's now as good time as ever just to drop the link in the chat. So yeah, play here. This was great. We're really excited for the new update, and it just felt great to really ring it in with this. So should I end it off?
Yeah.
So let me end it off the way I always end my own stuff. On that note, thank you all very much for watching. Stay classy, and we'll see you next time.
Bye bye. Catch you around.